Is Mr. Dill up and dressed? He's not in the building?
Yeah, he's in the business.
Oh. Okay. Is it the two jurors who are missing who are dressing him? Okay. We're missing one juror. Okay. Excellent. All right. Is this monitor on up here?
That monitor is not
It's just always helpful if it shows two, but I think it comes out of that. So when Ms. Rivers is here, so if you turn it on, please, without killing yourself. Is it on my side or your side? This one says on or power. And I think Ms. Rivers can get it going.
Okay.
All right, so we need court reporter and Dill. We're shrinking it down, so we got all our jurors. Now we need defendant and court reporter. Progress.
No one was in I'm just getting a little bit of technical help. It'll be in 2 minutes so I can see what's wrong with this.
If it beats the defendant and the court reporter, it's all good. That's the race.
Pictures of you.
So traffic got you?
Such a exit ramp. Minutes.
The exit ramp, like that MLK one, because of the construction. I don't know where you pop off. Just a mess. Yeah.
Yeah, I was kind of dip around the cars.
Well, the defendant's not ready yet, so it's okay. Get set up.
Still be sitting there. This right, this is the exact thing.
This is IT? Yikes. Yep. Tough times at the DA's office.
Adam's the quickest. She's the quickest. I think it would have taken like 45 minutes. Yeah, just know she's on Zoom. It sounds like that's right.
He's good? Excellent. When you're ready, we're ready because we've got Mr. Dill. Okay. Would you like Mr. Dill to come out now or do you want to wait till Ms. Rivers is back? Okay, so as soon as Deputy Hudson comes back. And you too, you're leaving also? Okay. Can you join the Zoom on that machine? Because I think then it'll show up on that. Fantastic. Just one more screen for the jurors. Great. All right, let's get on the record in State versus Dill, 22 SC 181085. It's Tuesday, the 13th. Mr. Dill is here with his lawyers. Good morning, Mr. Dill. We have our two prosecutors. We also have in the gallery, it looks like perhaps family members of Mr. Stafford and folks who are here for Mr. Dill. This is a public proceeding. You all are welcome to be here throughout it all. If at any point it is difficult to absorb what the testimony is, or you've got concerns about your ability to stay quiet, you should step outside. The deputies will have you step outside if it gets too noisy. Cell phones are fine to have in the courtroom as long as they are silent and not recording anything. And if you've got any questions about any of that, reach out to Deputy Gordon or Deputy Hudson. Ms. Willingham, is there anything we need to cover before we bring the jurors in?
Just two things. The first, I did notify defense counsel, but yesterday in preparing for trial today, we learned that there is a body cam video that has not been provided to myself nor defense. We were told that it didn't exist until yesterday.
Until it did exist.
Correct.
Okay.
I have not seen it in its entirety. I just know that it is out there. When the officer showed it to me, it was on his phone. So it kind of cut off. But I do know it's there.
This is Officer
Detective Sendling.
Detective Sendling.
But it is not his body cam.
Okay.
And we requested body cam in this case number, as well as when this incident happened, the system was down. So there was a temporary case number assigned. We requested it in both case numbers multiple times, and we're told each time that there was no body cam.
Okay.
So I just wanted to make sure that that was on the record.
Okay. And from what you've been able to see, the body cam footage captures interactions with Ms. Willis Riley, with Mr. Dill, who
I can, from the little bit that I saw, I did see that it looked like Ms. Willis Riley was in it, but then it like stopped working on his phone. So I can't say, so I don't want to say for certain, but in the quick moment that I was able to see, it does appear that it may have been the responding officer who might have spoken with her.
And is that
what was learned from that?
Do we know who that officer is?
I do now. Yes, it is Officer Gaither.
Okay.
But I did not know his name until yesterday.
Okay, so we didn't qualify the jury as to Officer Gaither. Fingers crossed, no one knows Officer Gaither. Do you intend to call Officer Gaither?
I do not.
You can make Officer Gaither available to the defense if they want to talk to him.
Yes.
Okay. And will you be getting the entirety of the body cam, or you will have only what Sendling has on his phone?
I just know that he had that on his phone and I spoke with him about trying to get it from where they share their evidence from. And he said that would be a conversation with them. So, and
Who's
honestly, with their records.
Okay.
So that's who sends it to us. And we've talked to them and they've already told us it doesn't exist. So I don't know how we would even go about getting it short of watching it on Detective Sendling's phone from where he can personally log into his own evidence.com account.
So I'm going to suggest that is Detective Sendling the lead detective?
He is.
So he should want to own this. He should figure out if he, not you, not your investigator, but he get from his department's records a copy of the body cam footage. If he's refusing to do that, I will invite cross-examination on that, and he's just going to need to eat that on cross-examination. So I'm a little confused for you why Sendling isn't stumbling over himself to get you that body cam footage, because he knows it exists. And instead of tasking you and your team, like, well, you have to reach out to records. But as you can warn him how you want to warn him,
Yes, sure.
it will, I assume, be food for cross-examination.
Yeah. Yes,
Okay.
Your And the second thing was that I also spoke with defense. There are a total of 3 videos that were taken from a neighbor. Detective Sinling got those videos. One of them I anticipate getting in through Tatiana, the victim who's still living. I anticipate her getting that in because she's in it. The other 2 videos she's had the opportunity to watch. It's from the same camera. And I've talked to defense and they are willing to stipulate to letting those come in through her as opposed to us waiting for Detective Sinling to take the stand.
So the videos come from a neighbor holding a phone or from a Ring camera?
Yes, a Ring camera.
Okay, so it's a static, stationary camera. And so to have someone who was there say, this is footage of, I was standing there, this is what it looked like that night, it is much easier. And it sounds like the defense is stipulating to it anyway, but Ms. Willis Riley would simply be saying, that's what it looked like that night. And we can tell, because I'm in one of them, you can see me.
Correct.
It's not Fred Jones holding a camera, moving around and saying, oh my gosh, there's someone on the ground.
Correct.
Okay, got it. So body cam and then 3 segments all from the same Ring camera.
Correct.
All right. Is that the video or is there yet another source of video?
There is.
And what's that from?
That is from the apartment surveillance footage.
Okay.
And
that you've already got and someone can authenticate that.
Correct.
And Ms. Feely's had that for weeks at least, if not
Correct.
months.
Correct.
Okay.
And there's the hospital.
And the Ring footage is something the defense has already had. It's just a
Yes.
question of authenticating. And could you, sounds like answer is yes, get it in through Ms. Willis Riley earlier rather than later when Sendling shows up without the body cam
That is
footage?
correct, Your Honor.
Okay, got it. Those are your 2 things
Yes,
for now?
for now.
All right. Ms. Feely, good morning. Let's start with the simpler one. It sounds like you won't object to the state admitting the 3 Ring camera segments through Ms. Willis Riley, assuming she has some basic foundational testimony, one of which may be, I'm in one of them, which would, I think, put her in a good position to say this is capturing the scene where I was on the 26th of November.
Additionally, I don't anticipate objecting. I'm checking on one thing, but I don't anticipate.
Okay. Well, and the other thing you could do is say, we don't object, assuming it's tied up by Sendling, because there's that part too. I sometimes will let stuff in conditionally. In other words, the state is running the risk of a mistrial if witness X doesn't come in behind to say, oh, I obtained the Ring camera video from the occupant of apartment 17. It sounds like Sendling will be doing that. So that's another reason to let it come in through Ms. Willis Riley. But check what you want to check. And if you've got a particular concern, maybe about one of the segments, maybe that one doesn't come in through Ms. Willis Riley. But for now, I'm going to assume that all 3 segments will come in without objection, or at least a conditional objection from the defense. Okay. What about the body cam?
I found out just moments before the court did, so obviously I'm interested in getting my hands on that and seeing what there is to see. That I understand the state doesn't intend to offer it, but I still do that.
Sure, and you may want to, and Ms. Willis Riley may be saying something that is particularly pertinent. Any reason to believe? Again, I don't know all the facts here. Any reason to believe that Mr. Dill would have said something on that, or your understanding of the facts is he's out of the scene when the police show up? Okay, all right. So worst case scenario, it's impeachment that you didn't have of Ms. Willis Riley's recollection of what happened. Okay, all right. Anything from the defense before we bring the jury in?
So behind this is Ms. Mahone Jones, who is Mr. Dill's mom. The state has her under subpoena, and so there's a chance she may be called as a witness, and or I may call her. But I've spoken with the state, and I don't believe they object to her staying in the courtroom in support of Mr. Dill's trial. Okay.
If you were to call Ms. Mahone Jones, it would be for what purpose?
Mr. Dill.
Okay, so it's just about the facts and circumstances of Mr. Dill. It's not an alibi witness or anything where she ought to be outside. Okay. Ms. Willingham, do you have any objection to allowing Ms. Mahone Jones stay in court?
No, you're not. Yeah, we're entering the hospital video.
state has no objection.
Okay, Ms. Mahone-Jones, you're welcome to be here. If for some reason Ms. Feely asked you to step outside, you should do what she asked, but otherwise, you're welcome to be here whenever. And as I mentioned before we started, you all are free to come and go quietly throughout the trial. We may not be taking breaks in cycle with when one of you needs to take a break, okay? All right. I think that is it. Are we ready for the jury, Ms. Willingham?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Feely, let's bring them in.
And, Your Honor, we're going to provide you with an exhibit list. It's getting printed.
Good, I like exhibit lists, thank you. And one for the defense too?
Correct.
Okay,
And the court reporter.
everyone's happy.
Remember the neighbor video, excuse me, the apartment video, we cannot publish because the apartment.
All right, good.
Oh, no, T was putting it.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
you're
coming
good.
to T.
You all can sit, we're standing for you. You're welcome to stand if you want. But come on in and take a seat.
Judge President.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone else can be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back, and welcome to your new seats and your new home away from home, the jury room for 8D. I appreciate you all being on time. We had to take care of a few things out here, technical thing, making sure the screens were working, and then there were a few legal matters that came up. We can't start until all 14 of you are here. Today was great, but just going forward, as you police each other, know that 13 of you being here doesn't mean that we can get going. It is important that each of you sees and hears everything. So we can't go for an hour while we're waiting for juror X to show up. So if you do get stuck somewhere in traffic or whatever happens in Fulton County, call my chambers. We'll put the phone number up. You probably got it in the email that you got. That's my main number. And you should call if you're stuck so we don't worry about you. If we don't hear from you and you're running late, that's when we send out some of Deputy Gordon's colleagues, and you don't want them showing up at your front door, ringing the doorbell, and you show up in your pajamas at the front door, because they'll just get you right in the car in your pajamas and bring you down here. So please keep touch with us if you get stuck somewhere, and we will adapt accordingly. I need to give you some preliminary instructions before we start the trial. But before I can do that, I need to make you officially jurors. Yesterday, you took an oath, the voir dire oath, that you'd give truthful and complete answers to all the questions we asked you, and you all did. We appreciate your time yesterday. Now I need to give you the juror oath, because you have been selected to serve as the jurors in this case. So if you would please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that you shall fairly try this case between the state of Georgia and Carlos Dill, who is charged with murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, aggravated battery, armed robbery, and firearms offenses, and base your verdict solely on the evidence? Please say yes if you so swear or affirm.
Yes.
Does anyone not so swear or affirm? Okay. You can be seated again. So from here on out, when you arrive, you should do what you did today. Come around, come to the jury room. Don't come into the courtroom first. Come to the jury room. Whenever we take a break, whether it's a short break or a long break, you'll start out by going to the jury room. And then if it's a break long enough where you can leave the room, go to lunch, you guys will be able to leave. You can go as a group, you can go individually. But it is important that all of you are here together when we're talking about things, or all of you are out of the room so that some of you don't hear some things that others hear. So you'll be at least moving from the courtroom to the jury room as a group. I need to give you some preliminary instructions on a couple fundamental principles of law that ought to guide your thinking throughout the trial. At the end of the trial, I'll get much more specific. I'll tell you what the elements of the different crimes are and other things you'll need to consider when you deliberate. I'm also going to talk to you a little bit about my role during the trial, the lawyer's role, and your role. And then I'll get out of the way and let the lawyers begin their presentation. First thing I want to talk about is note taking. You all have pads. You are welcome to take notes. You are not required to take notes. Notes are a way to help you remember some of what you saw or heard. You should not try to write everything down, because you can't. And if you try, you will miss important things that are up on a screen. You will miss how witnesses are reacting to questions and how they're answering. In a moment, I'm going to talk to you about your job determining credibility. But one way you determine credibility or believability is watching how people respond to different types of questions. And maybe a witness, when asked questions from one side, is all smiles. But when the questions get tricky, person stops making eye contact and maybe gets a little sweaty. That may tell you something about how you want to process those answers. You won't see that if you're buried note-taking. I'm not discouraging you from doing that. You will not get a transcript of witness testimony. So if John Smith is under oath and says it was dark and the car was red, and you think that's important, you may want to write it down, because when you're in your deliberations, if you write a note back to me saying, hey, could we have the transcript of John Smith's testimony? We just don't remember what he said about what color the car was. My answer will be, unfortunately, you have to rely on your collective recollection. We don't replay witness testimony. Now, you'll get exhibits back there, and if there's a video that's played, that video could be played again for you. But we don't call witnesses back up to the stand so that they can repeat an answer that they gave. So you do want to take some notes if that helps you remember, but you're not required to. The notes will be destroyed at the end of the trial, so don't worry if some folks are sketchers and they're drawing a little picture of this or that. We won't look at that. When the trial is over, we literally shred those pages. They're not preserved as a jury exhibit or anything like that. Ladies and gentlemen, the defendant, Mr. Dill, is charged in the indictment in this case, this document, which you will have with you during your deliberations, with a series of crimes, that is, violations of certain laws of Georgia. I'm going to read to you now what Mr. Dill is charged with. And again, you're welcome to jot down notes, but you'll have this document from which I'm reading with you back in the jury room. In count one, Mr. Dill is charged with murder, and the allegation is that here in Fulton County on November 26th, 2021, Mr. Dill did unlawfully and with malice aforethought cause the death of Jonathan Lamar Stafford, a human being, by shooting him with a firearm. Count two charges Mr. Dill with felony murder, and the allegation is that on that same day, November 26, 2021, here in Fulton, Mr. Dill did unlawfully during the commission of another felony, that felony being aggravated assault. He did cause the death of Jonathan Lamar Stafford by shooting him with a firearm. Count three charges Mr. Dill with another count of felony murder. And the allegation is on that same day here in Fulton, Mr. Dill did unlawfully during the commission of armed robbery, another felony, caused the death of Jonathan Lamar Stafford by shooting him with a firearm. Count four is a third count of felony murder. The allegation is that Mr. Dill, on that date here in Fulton, did unlawfully during the commission of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, as is alleged in count 10. It's a little complicated here. There are two different counts that charge Mr. Dill with possessing a firearm by when he's a convicted felon. It's count 10 and count 11. But bear with me. Count 4 is the felony murder that alleges that Mr. Dill committed the crime of felony murder when, during the commission of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, count 10, he caused the death of Jonathan Stafford by shooting him with a firearm. And count 5 is the final felony murder count, and it alleges on that same day in Fulton County, Mr. Dill did unlawfully during the commission of a different possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, count 11, caused the death of Jonathan Stafford by shooting him with a firearm. Count 6 charges Mr. Dill with aggravated assault. And the allegation is that on November 26th, 2021, Mr. Dill did unlawfully commit an assault upon Jonathan Lamar Stafford by shooting him with a firearm being a deadly weapon. Count 7 charges Mr. Dill with aggravated battery. And the allegation is that on November 26th, 2021, Mr. Dill here in Fulton County did maliciously cause bodily harm to Jonathan Lamar Stafford by rendering his leg useless. This having been accomplished by shooting Mr. Stafford with a firearm. Count 8 charges Mr. Dill with armed robbery. The allegation being that on November 26, 2021, Mr. Dill did unlawfully, with the intent to commit a theft, take a handgun, that handgun being the property of Tatiana Willis Riley. He took that handgun, allegedly, from the person and immediate presence of Jonathan Stafford by the use of a firearm. Count 9 alleges possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. And the claim in the indictment is that on November 26, 2021, Mr. Dill did unlawfully have on and within arm's reach of his person a firearm during the commission of at least one of the following felonies against Jonathan Stafford: murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, aggravated battery, and armed robbery. Count 10 is the first of the two you already heard me talk about, possession of a firearm by convicted felon. Count 10 alleges that on that same day in Fulton, Mr. Dill did knowingly and without lawful authority possess a handgun, Mr. Dill having been convicted of a felony on indictment number 15 SC 139324 here in the Superior Court of Fulton County in August of 2017. And finally, count 11 charges Mr. Dill with a separate count of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. And the allegation is on that same day, Mr. Dill in Fulton County did have on and within arm's reach of his person a handgun during the commission of a felony against and involving the person of another, Mr. Dill having been convicted of a qualifying felony in indictment number 14 SC 128673 here in Fulton Superior Court in August of 2017. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I just read to you a lot. It is important that you keep in mind that these charges are not evidence of guilt. You should not consider them as evidence or even an implication of guilt of any crime whatsoever. Mr. Dill sits before you with a presumption of innocence in his favor, and it remains with him unless it is overcome by the state with evidence that is sufficient to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of one or more of these alleged crimes. A defendant should not be convicted of any crime unless and until each element of the crime, and I'll be telling you what the elements are of these different offenses at the end of the trial, unless each element of the crime is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt, stays with the state throughout the trial. It never shifts at some point where I say, oh, we've heard enough. Now the defendant needs to show you something. Mr. Dill has no burden of proof whatsoever. It is entirely on the state. This does not mean that the state is required to prove the defendant's guilt beyond all doubt or to some mathematical certainty. The state's burden is to prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And that term means just what it says. It's a doubt based on reason and common sense. It doesn't mean a vague or arbitrary or speculative doubt. It's a doubt for which you can give a reason that arises from your consideration of the evidence, lack of evidence, or conflicts in the evidence. As I mentioned, the defendant, who is presumed innocent, bears no burden of proof whatsoever. If at the end of this trial, if you've heard all the evidence and I've given you the law you must apply, you find that your mind is wavering, unsettled, or unsatisfied, that is a doubt of the law, and you must acquit the defendant. But if no reasonable doubt exists in your mind about the defendant's guilt, you would be authorized to convict him. The basic structure of the trial is this. In a few minutes, both sides will be given the opportunity to present an opening statement. Opening statements are not evidence. In fact, nothing the lawyers say in this case is evidence. They're going to say a lot. That's their job. But they are advocates. Evidence comes in two forms. What witnesses say under oath, once they've been sworn in, and then exhibits, a picture, a piece of clothing, that's evidence. What the lawyers say is not. Opening statements are meant to be a preview of what the lawyers expect the evidence will be. So I expect Ms. Willingham or Ms. Beza will get up to give the state's opening, and they say, you're going to hear from this witness, and she's going to tell you this, and you're going to hear from that witness. It's laying the groundwork for what the state thinks its case will be. The defendant will be entitled to give an opening as well. And it may well be that Ms. Feely or Ms. Wood, once the state is done, stands up and says, actually, I expect it's going to be something different, and you should be looking out for this. And the state didn't tell you to look out for this, but here's something else you're going to hear. But it may be the defense doesn't give an opening because the defendant has no burden at all. Ms. Feely and Ms. Wood don't need to say anything from here on out. I bet they will, but there's no burden on them to do anything more than be there for their client. Once the opening statements are over, the state will call its first witness. And once that witness is sworn and answers the first question, you've begun receiving evidence. When the evidence has been completed, so at some point I'll ask the state, call your next witness. And one of the prosecutors will say, Judge, the state rests. That's a magic verb for you all, because that means they're done. The state rests. And then I will turn to Ms. Feely to see if the defense actually will take a break, because when the state rests, there are a whole bunch of legal things we need to do, and you guys go into the jury room. But eventually you'll come back in here and I'll turn to Ms. Feely and say, are you going to be presenting any evidence? And she may well. She has an absolute right and ability on behalf of her client to present evidence. But Ms. Feely may say, nope, the defense rests, because of course the defense has no burden, but they have an opportunity to present evidence. When the evidence is closed, both sides have said we rest. Then the lawyers give what we call closing arguments or summations. And that's when the lawyers will be standing in front of you, attempting to persuade you. They'll be arguing with you, not at you, to find the defendant guilty if you're the prosecutor, to find the defendant not guilty if you're the defense attorney. And the lawyers will be free to say, this is what the evidence has been shown. And you should feel free to be persuaded by what they tell you. But again, what the lawyers say is not evidence. If a lawyer during closing stands up and says, as you heard from the evidence, the guy was wearing a blue shirt when this happened, and you watch the video and the shirt's green in your mind, I mean, it's the evidence is what you've received and not what the lawyers tell you. When the lawyers are done with their closing arguments, I will give you a more complete charge on the law. Right now, we're talking about procedure, but I'll be talking about the elements of the crimes, et cetera. Then you will retire to the jury room and begin your deliberations. During trial, the lawyers have the right to object to the admission of evidence if they think that admission would be contrary to the rules of evidence. This is what you see on TV, where a lawyer stands up, objection, and then they say something. I need to rule on those objections. If I sustain an objection, that means that whatever question was asked shouldn't be answered. Maybe the question needs to be asked a different way. Maybe we just need a different question. If I overrule an objection, we keep on trucking in whatever way the lawyer who was asking questions or the witness who was answering was going. You should consider only the evidence that is admitted. Every once in a while, there may be an objection that I sustain, and then I tell you to disregard what the witness just said. And I actually mean that. If you wrote it down, I need you to cross it out. And I need you to police that as well. If during your deliberations, one of your group says, hey, remember when that witness said it was raining? And for whatever reason, that was something I told you to disregard. You need to say, I do remember that, but we're not supposed to consider that. The judge said disregard it. But for whatever reason, there was an objection and it was sustained, and the judge said disregard that testimony about it was raining. I don't want you to panic. It's not going to be a situation where someone says something so central to the case and then I tell you to disregard it that it's hard to work through your deliberations. If something like that happens, we get the next thing I want to talk about, which is a motion. Sometimes the lawyers will stand up and say, Judge, I have a motion. And I won't talk about what the motion is about, because typically when there's a motion, you all need to step outside because I need to hear from the jurors, from the attorneys more completely. With an objection, it'll simply be objection, hearsay. That's all they'll say, and I can rule on it because we've been listening to the same thing. When there's a motion, usually the lawyer needs to say, here's what I'm concerned about. This witness just said X, Y, and Z. Here's how it's important. The next witness is going to say A, B, and C, and whatever the concern is, but they need to be able to speak freely with you not in here so that you aren't impacted by whatever that argument is. So when there's a motion, you're going to need to break for a little bit. We'll work through it as quickly as we can. In fact, what I often try to do is see if the lawyer can hold her motion until a natural break point. If it's 11:30, Judge, I've got a motion. Okay, you've preserved it. Could we talk about it during the lunch break? And do it then. If we can, it doesn't affect you quite as much. If we can't, you get a bonus break while we work through the motion. I need to rule on objections and motions. Nothing I say in ruling on these things or at any other point during the trial is, number one, evidence, because evidence is what witnesses say and exhibits. It's also not anything you should interpret as an indication on my part as to which side I think is doing the better job or is more persuasive or has presented better evidence. My rulings are based on the rules of law. So if I sustain an objection, all that means was that wherever we were going wasn't consistent with the rules of evidence. If I overrule an objection, it means that, you know what, we're in an okay space and we can keep going. It's not me favoring one side or the other. It's me applying the rules as I understand them to the situation at hand, and then we move on. My interest is that the case is fairly tried. You get the evidence you're entitled to get, and you base your decision on that. You have an essential role in this process as well. You are the fact finders. You decide what happened in this case. Did someone get shot? If so, who did the shooting? If so, was it justified? You'll be making all those decisions based on the evidence you receive. While I'll give you the law that you must apply to the facts as you find them, you decide what the facts are. In doing this, you will necessarily be deciding the credibility or believability of the witnesses who come before you. In determining credibility, you are free to consider all the facts and circumstances of the case as you've perceived them, as well as the manner in which the witness testified. This is what I was alluding to before. Sometimes you decide a little bit about how much you're going to rely on this witness based on how she's reacting to what's going on in the courtroom. Don't miss that because you're buried in your notes. And you also can consider the witness's interest or lack of interest in the outcome of this case. We sometimes call that bias. Now, in fulfilling your role as fact finders, you all may from time to time have questions that you think could be answered by the witness who's testifying. And the way we scratch that itch is not, let me repeat, not having you go back during the break and Google something. Do not do that. That would mean a mistrial. And when we figure out which one of you was Googling something, you will be in trouble. You will have violated a direct order. I'm ordering you not to do online research. It's easy to do and it's wrong because you're getting information outside the four walls of this courtroom and the attorneys don't get a chance to examine that information or object to it. So if you've got a question, if someone has said something you don't understand, or you're wondering, what was the lighting like out there? Whatever you're curious about, you can write it down on a note card. And notice the note cards aren't out here. And so we're going to get note cards out here. We will have a lifetime supply of note cards, little 3x5 note cards. Write your questions down. And when we're done examining a witness, when the lawyers are done asking their questions of a witness, I will turn to you all and ask if you have any questions. You'll slide your cards down to the corner. Deputy Gordon will collect them. I will review them. The lawyers will get a chance to review them because just like lawyers do, you can ask questions that are objectionable. I'll filter out the ones that are improper. I don't mean that in like it's a rude question, but it may be a question that calls for hearsay and a lawyer can't do it. You can't do it. But the legally proper questions, I will then ask the witness. You guys don't end up saying anything, and the witness will answer. You should draw no conclusions from the fact that some questions don't get posed. That just meant they were objectionable questions. When your questions, if you have any, of a witness are complete, the lawyers will get a chance to follow up because oftentimes you all ask questions that pique the lawyer's curiosity, and they do a little follow-up as well. During this trial, you may receive evidence that Mr. Dill, the defendant, has committed or been convicted of certain acts that are not charged in this indictment. This evidence, if any, will be admitted only for the limited purpose of showing, if it does, the defendant's intent, his motive, his plan, or his status as a convicted felon, and for no other purpose. You may not use this evidence to which I'm referring, if it comes in, this evidence of other acts, to decide that because of the defendant's character, he committed the crimes charged in this case. The mere fact that the defendant may have committed some other act is not sufficient proof that he committed the crimes charged in this case. The defendant is on trial for these charges that I just read to you, and for these charges alone. You may not convict someone simply because you find that he committed the other acts about which you may hear, even bad acts, on some other occasion. It's important that you pay close attention to the evidence as it's being presented. As I mentioned, we don't replay testimony. If at any time you cannot hear what's going on, the witness is too quiet, or the microphones aren't working, or the audio on the video isn't loud enough, you can't see it because the screen's at the wrong angle, or you just need a break, please let Deputy Gordon or one of the deputies or me know that you need a break, and we will take that break. It's also important that you view the evidence with an open mind and don't decide the case until you've received all the evidence, heard the closing arguments, and received the law. It's kind of hard to know if someone is guilty or not of a crime if you don't know what the elements are, and those aren't shared until the end of the trial. You must decide this case based solely on the evidence you receive here in court. That's that no outside research again. It would be improper and inconsistent with my direction for you to get online, to talk with other people about this, and get input from external sources. And what this means is that it means several things. One, you all should not begin your deliberations early. So at lunch today, it's fine for you to eat as a group or subsets. Don't talk about the case. Don't say, hey, man, based on these first two witnesses, the state doesn't seem like it has much of a case, or he must be guilty because person X said he did it. You don't have everything yet. And again, you don't have the law. So resist that temptation. Talk about anything else you want, but not the case. Similarly, when you get home and your plant or your dog or your significant other says, how was your day? Your day was great. The judge is wonderful. And then change the topic. It is not appropriate for you to say, wow, it's kind of complicated. It's a murder trial. And your bestie online or in your face says, hey, I was a juror once. Let me tell you how it works. When the prosecutor does this, this is what's really going on. That's a red alert, and you need to stop that conversation because that person is well-intended, but that person, frankly, doesn't know what she's talking about because that person isn't here. It was a different trial with a different situation. So you need to be really boring with folks who want to know about what's going on. Hey, it was good. When the trial is over, you can talk about everything. There's nothing confidential about this once the trial is over, but we need you to be in something of an information bubble during the trial. And so it would be inappropriate to go home and say, well, what do you think I should do about this? That's what you do as a group when you begin your deliberations, but you need to make sure you aren't getting intentionally, because you research it, or inadvertently, because you're telling a friend, this trial, and your friend says, well, let me tell you what you need to do here. That would be inappropriate. And this sort of goes without saying, but don't go to the Crystal Heights apartments. If it's important for you to see what the alleged crime scene looked like, then the state needs to provide that evidence. But that would be outside research. If you were on the way home, to say, I'm just going to roll by this place because it's kind of confusing to me. Where were people standing when X happened? That's where you would write on your card your question, but you ought not to Google map it or anything like that. But as I said, when the trial is over, you'll be free to talk to anyone and everyone about your experience. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I will conclude my preliminary instructions to you and turn to Ms. Willingham to see if she is ready for her opening statement.
I'll start it. Yes, Judge Phelps, may I approach?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
To the defendant for her story. Want to see if it works really quickly.
Disrespect, jealousy. On November 26, 2021, Thanksgiving night, while most people were at home enjoying time with their family, eating good food, and just being thankful for one another, the defendant, Carlos Dill, was instead murdering Jonathan Stafford. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jasmine Willingham, and this is my co-counsel, Asia Besa. I'm here today to talk to you about Tatiana's experience that night, what she saw, how she was involved with the defendant for 3 short months. And during those 3 short months, the evidence will show that in that time frame, the defendant began following her, showing up at her job. He began to pop up at her home unannounced, oftentimes with his 5-year-old child, just to force his way in. You will also hear from Tatiana, and she will talk about how the defendant became verbally abusive towards her, which furthered the stalking. You will hear her talk about how he continued to text her, call her, harass her on social media, multiple things, all leading up to November 26th. And on November 26th, he went to her apartment and he sat and he waited there for hours until she arrived to her home. And when she got to her home, she got there with Jonathan Stafford, who the defendant subsequently shot. And the defendant himself, you'll hear testimony that the defendant himself was shot during the altercation as Jonathan tried to defend himself. And we don't quite know how that firearm went off at that moment, but what you will find out is that Jonathan was a husband, he was a father, he was a son, he was somebody's brother, and he was a friend, so much of a friend that on November 26th, after finding out that the defendant multiple times texted Tatiana as she was trying to enjoy her Thanksgiving dinner, he tried to intercept. And out of concern for Tatiana, he followed her home to make sure that her and her children got into their home safely. And unfortunately, his act of being a good friend led to his untimely death at the hands of Carlos Dill. You'll hear from Tatiana Willis-Riley. She was there that night. You'll also hear from Sergeant Applewhite. He worked for Grady, and he will talk to you just about some video footage that he pulled from Grady that shows the defendant showing up after he was shot, after he first approached the victim and shot him. You'll also hear from several law enforcement officers, Detective JT, Detective C. Sinley, You'll also hear from crime scene team medics. They will talk about their recovery of video evidence in this case. They will talk about the photos that they were able to collect. And in that video evidence, you'll actually see this happen. You will see Jonathan's last moments on that night. And you'll hear from Dr. Karen Sullivan. She is the ME, and she will tell you that ultimately Jonathan's death was because of the multiple gunshot wounds that he sustained from Carlos's attack on him. All right, and ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned, this incident happened at Tatiana's home where she was supposed to be safe. And the defendant showed up to her home at 3440 Boulder Park Drive here in Atlanta, Georgia, Fulton County. And the judge has already discussed with you what the charges are in this case. The defendant is charged with murder, felony murder, another count of felony murder, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, aggravated battery, armed robbery, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, and multiple counts of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask that today you listen. You listen to each of these witnesses as they get on the stand. I ask that you take notes. You've been provided with a notepad and pencils, but I ask that you don't get so distracted in taking your notes that you are unable to hear the stories and watch the video footage that you will see. Again, that footage is going to show the last moments of Jonathan Stafford's life. And I ask that after hearing all of that, you find the defendant guilty on all charges of this indictment.
Thank you, Ms. Willingham. Ms. Feely?
State has a high-tech PowerPoint, I'm low-tech, so I'm just gonna talk to you. So here's the rest of the story. The state glossed over it. I think a couple of you caught it, I saw you writing. Carlos Dill was shot. Carlos Dill was shot in the stomach and had to go get medical attention. This whole trial is gonna be like this. It looks like one thing, but if you really listen and pay attention, there's a lot more going on. So the state and I do share the same hope that you listen carefully to what the evidence is and what it's not. It's up to you to determine what really happened here and why. And why the why is important. You are the determiner of the credibility of witnesses, and that is a huge job in this particular case. So as the judge instructed you, it's very important that you pay attention to how they're testifying and their bias and their motivations. Their motivations in the actions they took that night and their motivations as they testify at this trial. Pay attention to the reasons the events of November 26, 2021 unfolded how they did, and the parties' actions after. The state is going to show you videos, and it is a difficult, one in particular is difficult to watch because it does show what the state said, which is somebody losing their life. There is no glossing over that, and there's no reason not to feel sympathy. And I'm going to ask you, watch the whole thing, of course, pay attention. You'll be able to rewatch it if you need to. Watch the woman in the white hoodie. You're gonna learn that's Tatiana. Watch what she does and what she doesn't to this person that's supposedly so close with her, as you heard. You're gonna come to know Tatiana Willis Riley. And it'll be up to you to determine who really was the mastermind of what happened on the day where two people close to her got shot. At the close of the evidence, I hope that you will understand what's really going on, what really happened. And I ask you to remember that not proven is not guilty. So at the close of the evidence, I'm going to come back up here and ask you to return the only verdict that the evidence will support, and that's that Carlos Dill is not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Feely. Ms. Willingham, if you would call your first witness, please.
Detective J. Teague.
I have the screenshots. After it's ready to him. Is this the- These screenshots. As we went through him, those are coming out through Tatiana.
And ladies and gentlemen, the note cards are now there. Thank you, Deputy Gordon. So that's where you jot down your questions if you have any.
That's what we were just talking about. That's Tatiana. These are.
This is what I found, that second one, the truth,
No,
the whole
that's the
truth, and that's what she said, God. No,
No, because we weren't getting screenshots.
Stay your name for the record.
Detective Jason Teague, Civil Atlanta Police Department. That's JSON-TEAGUE.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Detective Teague, how long have you been employed with
25 years.
Sorry, I asked that a little backwards. I should start out by asking you, where are you?
City of Atlanta Police Department.
Okay, and I'm sorry, you stated you've been there how long?
25 years.
Okay, and during your time there, what is your role then?
Started off as a patrol officer in Zone 3 for 5 years. Then got promoted to investigator in 2004. Since I've been an investigator, when I first got promoted investigator, I was a robbery detective for 3 years, dealing with robberies and aggravated assaults. Then I was transferred to the Homeland Security Group, and I was in the intelligence organized crime group of Homeland Security, and at which time I was sent to school to be an electronic surveillance technician, at which point I've been an electronic surveillance technician specifically since 2009.
Okay, so back in November of 2021, you were
Electronic surveillance technician, yes.
Okay, and as an electronic surveillance technician, what are your duties and responsibilities?
Specifically, we're like a one-stop shop for the police department, dealing in everything from body bugging, GPS tracking, wiretapping, video retrieval, covert surveillance, camera installation, and all things of that nature.
So then are you trained on multiple surveillance systems?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and are you post-certified?
Yes, I am.
Were you post-certified back in November of 2021?
Yes, I was.
And can you tell the jury what post-certified means?
Post-certified means basically that in the state of Georgia, under the Post Act, you have to meet a minimum amount of training to be initially certified as a peace officer, and to continue your certification, to maintain it, you have to have a minimum amount of training, classroom training, and qualification on all your weapons every year to maintain your certification.
Okay, and Detective T, did you become involved back in November of 2021 with a case involving a Carlos Dill?
Yes.
And how did you become involved?
I was called to the scene to pull video from the apartment complex.
When you say you were called to the scene, do you know where that was?
Not off the top of my head, but it was an apartment complex, I think on Boulder Park.
Boulder Park. Atlanta has a lot of endings. Do you know the?
Not off the top, I know it's Boulder Park, but that's the only apartment complex I think on that road right there.
Okay, and is that in the city of Atlanta?
Yes, it is.
And is that in Fulton County?
Yes, it is.
And while you were there, you said you were called to pull footage there.
Yes,
Were you familiar with their surveillance system?
yes.
And had you had training in that surveillance system before?
Specifically, yes.
Okay. And do you know if that system had if that system recorded anything from that night?
Yes, it had the adjacent buildings, but actually there was one camera on the system that was out that actually showed where the incident occurred, but it had like adjacent cameras.
Okay. Did you pull those adjacent cameras?
Yes, I did.
And what type of medium does that system use to record?
Actually, the medium it uses, it records to AVI format.
And can you explain what AVI format is?
AVI format for the layman is just basically the Windows media format that Windows uses for videos.
And does the system record continuously or does it need to be accurate?
The system looked like it recorded motion.
Okay, so you checked all the cameras for footage from that night?
Yes,
Okay, and did the system appear to be in proper working condition?
yes, but it has some cameras that were experiencing issues, some going out in and out.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I said that night. I know you mentioned you responded in November of 2021. By chance, do you recall when you responded?
The next morning, once the office opened up,
You know that date?
not off the top of my head.
November, big month. Do you know what specifically, was it around? Was it the beginning of the month, middle of the month? end of the month?
I can't recall if it was the beginning or end of the month.
Okay, you mentioned that the apartment complex was on Boulder Park Drive in Atlanta, Georgia. Does 344 ring any bells?
That sounds about where the apartment complex is.
Okay, and do you recall whether this incident was around Thanksgiving?
Not off the, off the top of my head, because I pull extensive amounts of video from different locations. I just remember that location specifically because at that section of Boulder Park, there's the only one apartment complex and it's adjacent to a railroad tracks.
And when you pulled that footage, did you view it yourself?
Yes, I viewed the video system, video recordings and made sure they played and turned them over to the homicide investigator who was working the case.
And did there appear to be any tampering with that footage?
No.
Okay, and how were you able to check to see if anything was recorded?
You actually, after you download the video, you take it to a different computer system and make sure all the video plays.
Okay, and based on your review of the recording, you stated everything appears to be in working condition. And what did you say you did with that recording?
Turned it over to the homicide investigator.
And have you had an opportunity since to review that recording?
Yes, I have.
Okay, I'm showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 26.
Yes,
Do you recognize it?
yes, it's my signature. It's the video I pulled.
Okay, and have there been any edits or changes to that recording since the time it was made?
None that I seen.
At this time, the state would tender State's Exhibit 26.
Any objection to states 26?
I would object to authentication through this witness. This witness wasn't didn't observe or participate in anything that's going to be portrayed on the video. So I'm not sure if he can say it accurately portrays the incident or that it wasn't altered or edited.
Are you planning on playing it now or playing it through another witness?
Playing it through another witness.
Okay. it sounds like there could be a two-part foundation. Certainly, there was foundational evidence through Detective Teague. So you are wanting it to be tied up by someone who can say, I watched that and that's what I saw that night. Okay. I don't have an issue with that. If you were going to play it through Detective Teague, I guess I'd be more concerned about Ms. Feely's objection. But Detective Teague, is he the right witness to say, oh, what's on this is what happened? Or is he the right person to say, here's how we obtained this?
That's what we're asking him, is how we obtained it,
Right.
how he got it. We're not necessarily asking him if what's on it is.
How about this? I'm going to admit States 26 conditionally to be tied up by a witness who says, I've watched what's on States 26, and that fairly and accurately depicts what happened on November 26th. Unless I misunderstood the way in which you were going to present it.
Your Honor, may we have a sidebar?
Sure, but what are you planning on playing it through this witness?
No, we're not. However, even to let it in conditionally, I have some concerns, which is why I'd rather we approach about it. Because
Just tell me what your concern is.
Your Honor, the requirement for authentication or identification as a condition precedent to admissibility shall be satisfied by evidence sufficient to support a finding that the matter in question is what its proponent claims. Here, Detective Teague is familiar with the surveillance footage at the apartment complex. The surveillance footage at the apartment complex, all the cameras, he's testified that he was familiar with all of them.
Detective Teague, does the equipment from which you obtained this video allow for editing, or is it simply a recording device?
It doesn't allow for editing. It allows for you to transfer the footage that you have. Only thing, if you want to consider that editing, if you cut it off before the incident happened or cut it off afterwards. But I never do that. I always go way before and then all the way to the police are there working the crime scene. But the software footage for that system, and I haven't ran into any of them, period, that allows you for specific editing within the DVR or the NVR.
So by editing, you would mean there's a start point and a stop point, but not a, hey, let's erase this person from the frame or make it more in focus.
No, only thing the system sometimes allow for you to stop it and zoom in on it, but it doesn't allow you to edit to take a person out or take a car out or anything of that nature.
Okay, I'll allow in States 26.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay.
Only the screenshots from that video. That's what I was talking to you about. You said that I could. No, they were with the ones you just had.
Okay. Detective, I'm gonna show you a few screenshots, and I want you to let me know if they are fair and accurate depiction of what you pulled that night.
Yes.
Okay. These are State's Exhibit 158, 156. I'm sorry, 158, 161, 159, and 162.
Can you list those in numerical order?
Yes, Judge, I'm sorry, the pictures weren't, I will put it in here.
You can present them in any way you want, just to keep track on here.
Okay. I will do that again. These are State's Exhibit 158, 159, 161, and 162.
Okay.
And you say that these are a fair and accurate depiction of screenshots from that video footage that you pulled?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, the state would tender these state's exhibits into evidence at this time?
Ms. Feely, any objection to those 4 exhibits?
Just for your objection to lack foundation authenticity.
Okay, overruled, admitted.
Thank you. Nothing further for this witness.
Ms. Feely or Ms. Wood, any questions for Detective Teague?
Detective Teague, you on direct testified that 344 Boulder Park Drive sounds right to you, right?
Yes.
Would 3440 Boulder Park Drive sound more correct?
Well, it sounds correct because a lot of apartment complexes you deal with, especially in the city of Atlanta, you might have several addresses in the same apartment complex. Each building might have a separate address, and actually sometimes the leasing office has a separate address. And it's funny because even I've dealing with some apartment complexes where different sides of the building have different addresses, and it makes no reasonable sense that they do, but we're still one apartment complex.
And this was a long time ago, right? 2021?
Yes.
And-
But it's the apartment complex is still there.
Thank you.
That's it? Okay, any questions from the jurors? Oh, may Detective Teague step down?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir, for being here.
Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry, Judge, you said you have questions?
I did.
Can they speak louder, please? It's hard to hear the lawyers.
Was that the question you had, or?
I have a question that can they speak louder, yeah.
Sure, okay. We'll get the lawyers to speak louder.
Thank you.
Sure. Next witness, loudly.
Sergeant P. Applewhite, Patrick Applewhite.
All right.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm, do you swear affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir. You know your hand, have a seat. State and spell your name for the record.
My name is Patrick Applewhite. That's PATRICKAPPLEWHITE.
Sergeant, I'm gonna ask you, if you don't mind, to slide a little closer. That chair does not have wheels, so you have to heft it, but with your mask on, you're a little harder to hear. I want to respect your choice there, but I need you to stay close to the microphone.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Willingham?
Good morning, Sergeant Applewhite. How are you currently employed?
Grady Public Safety Department.
And how long have you been there?
17 years, 11 months.
Okay, 17 years. So were you employed there on November 26, 2021?
Yes, I was not on duty.
Okay, and what were your duties and responsibilities at that time?
Managed the shift operations.
And as in managing the shift operations, would you be familiar with whether Grady has a surveillance footage? or a surveillance system?
Yes,
And are you familiar with that system?
yes.
Have you had any training or instructions in the use of that system?
Self-taught.
Okay. And can you tell me some of the camera locations?
All over the whole facility. There's too many to.
I can't hear you, sir.
All over the facility, we have cameras.
So are there cameras in the emergency room area?
Yes,
Are those cameras inside and outside?
yes,
And do those cameras record
uh,
or do they, I'm sorry, let me rephrase that question. How does the camera system record?
hard drive inside of the dispatcher's department.
Okay, and do you by chance know what type of medium the system uses?
No, I don't.
And does the system record continuously or does it need to be activated?
Some of the cameras are continuous, some of them are motion detected.
What about those cameras by the emergency room?
One of the cameras is motion detected and the other one is continuous.
Okay. And does the system have any protections in place to prevent accidental or deliberate tampering with?
That's something you would possibly have to ask the camera technician.
Okay, and upon learning about an incident on November 26, 2021, did you check surveillance video footage?
Yes,
And did it appear to be in working condition?
yes,
And did there appear to have been any tampering with the equipment at that time?
no,
And did there appear to have been any tampering with the recording?
no,
And did you check to see if anything had been recorded?
yes.
And how did you do this?
I viewed the video in the dispatch department.
And based on your review of the recording, was the time that it recorded, was it in proper working condition at that time?
Yes, it was.
And what did you do with that recording?
I gave it to the Atlanta police officer that requested it.
Okay, and Mr. Approach.
Both lawyers, both sides have continuing permission to approach all witnesses.
I'm handing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 113. Do you recognize it?
Yes,
What is it?
it's the CD that the footage is recorded.
And how do you know that?
Just looking at it.
And have you had an opportunity to view that?
Yes,
Okay, and have there been any edits or changes to the recording since the time it was made?
not that I'm aware of.
And did you, I'm sorry, Your Honor, the state would tender State's Exhibit 113.
Ms. Feely, any objection to states 113? Admitted.
Did you have any other involvement in this case? Ms.
No.
Bartlett?
No,
Thank you.
Ms. Feely, do you have questions for Sergeant Applewhite?
I do.
Okay, jurors, any questions for Sarge? Nope. Thank you, sir, for being here. Appreciate it.
thank you.
Watch that cord on your way out. We set it up almost as a trap. Sorry about that. State's next witness?
Tatiana Willis Riley.
We have the video. Remember the two neighbor videos and the neighbor videos and the other video. No, the two neighbor, no, some of the videos. Oh. Sorry. No, you need it. What number is this?
We swear affirm that testimony we give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but truth, so help God. We're going to have a seat. Page 39 to the right.
Tatiana, Tatiana, Willis, Willis.
It's okay.
Ms. Willis, can you bend the microphone down a little bit so it's a little closer to you? I'm Judge McBurney. If you need a break at any time, will you let me know? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Tatiana.
Good morning.
How old are you?
26.
And how far did you go in school?
I graduated high school. I'm a certified medical assistant and in nursing school.
Or, okay. Tatiana, I'm gonna need you to speak up. She's taking down everything you're saying, and then all these people have to be able to hear you. I think you might be pulled up as close as you can already.
Right, but the mic does work. If you get close to it, they'll be able to hear you. Okay, so belt it out. Outdoor voice.
Okay, let's go back to make sure that we get everything on the record. How old are you?
26.
And how far did you go in school?
I graduated high school. I'm a certified medical assistant and in nursing school.
And when did you graduate?
2015.
Do you have any children?
Yes.
How many?
4.
How old are they?
7, 4, 3 months.
And are you currently employed?
3 months.
Yes.
Make sure you speak as loud as you can, okay?
Yes.
All right. Are you currently employed?
Yes.
And you told us a little bit about what you do. Where do you work?
Remote.
Okay, and you work remote. So what type of work do you do at home? I know you said you're in school, but is that what you're currently doing?
I do both. I am in school for nursing and I work remotely. I'm on a government contract.
Okay, and how long have you been doing that?
This is a new contract, 3 months.
Okay. Tatiana, do you know a Carlos Dill?
Yes.
How do you know him?
I dated him and he killed my friend.
And do you see Carlos Dill in the courtroom today? You can stand up if you need to.
Yes.
Tell me where he's sitting in the courtroom and an item of clothing he has on.
Right side, glasses, white shirt, black blazer.
Let the record reflect that Tatiana has identified Mr. Dill.
She has.
And you stated you dated him. When did you meet Mr. Dill?
I met him August, first time I met him.
Okay, and
August of what year?
2021, the end of August.
okay, and when you met him, was that the first time you guys had talked or?
No, Instagram.
Okay, so you spoke with him before August on Instagram. When was that?
January.
And was that January?
2021, he got my number.
Okay, and then you guys actually met in August. What prompted you to decide to meet him in person?
I had heart surgery. He kept reaching out like he wanted to see me and he cared. So I went and let him see me.
Okay, and how did things start off?
I was still recovering from heart surgery, so we were just going places for children.
When did you have your heart surgery?
July 2021, the end of July.
Okay, so not long after that is when you guys actually met in person.
Yes.
Okay, and you said that, did he ever meet your children?
Yes.
And do you know whether he had children?
He did. He do.
Did you guys ever do any activities together?
Yes.
And what type of things did you guys do?
Kid events like Fun Spot or game arcades.
Okay, and you met him in August of 2021. How did things progress after that?
It started to get toxic.
When you say it started to get toxic, what do you mean?
Controlling, verbal abuse.
Verbal abuse, like what?
When I started to see the real him, I started to try to stop being around him or to tell him to give me space. He would do things like continuously call my phone, call me out my name. If I don't get to the house right now, he'll break in my house.
You mentioned, you said that if you don't get to the house, he'll break into your house. Do you recall when that happened?
October,
Beginning, middle, end of October.
end.
Okay, and I know you said that he would threaten you with that when you weren't home. Was that the only time that happened?
No, I wouldn't want him to come in. So I would start to take my kids to school earlier. And one day I took them to school. I didn't let him in. He was continuously knocking on the door, trying to break in the window. He was outside my house for like 4 hours.
And you said he was knocking on the window.
Trying to break in the window.
Trying to break into the window. Okay. And did you tell anyone about that?
His mother.
Do you by chance know his mom's name?
I can't remember her name.
Okay. How did you tell her?
Text message.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
Me telling Carlos' mom, look at her son trying to break in my window.
And what else? Oh, you said look at her son trying to break in your window. So is there a picture in there as well?
Yes, from my camera.
Okay, and is it a true and accurate screenshot of that conversation?
Yes.
It's in your State's Exhibit 1.
Ms. Feely, any objection to States 1? It's admitted?
Permission to publish?
Yes, ma'am.
It's up on the screen, but I'm also, Your Honor, may I pass this?
You may.
Tatiana, I think it might be on the screen in front of you as well. Who is that in that photo?
Carlos,
How do you know it's him?
because he was at my window.
And you were there at the time?
Yes.
And did you want him there?
No.
Did you ask him to leave?
I told him I wasn't home.
Okay. Did you contact the police at all?
No.
Why not?
Scared it was gonna get worse.
Okay. Were there any other incidents you can recall?
Yes.
What other incidents do you recall happening?
He always had his mom car. This was before that picture. He would continuously come and things started to get toxic. I asked her to take her keys from him because if
And I'm gonna stop you there before you get into it. You can tell me what you said, but don't tell me anything that was said back to you.
oh, okay. I asked could she take her keys from him because if she took the keys, there'd be less of a chance for him to come.
So when you say that, you said that he often had his mom's car, and he would come over to your home. Was there anywhere else were there any other incidents?
Driving past my job.
Okay. And where were you working at the time?
Atlanta Cosmetic.
Okay. And would you know he was gonna be there?
No.
Did you tell him to stop at any point?
No.
Did you contact law enforcement at all?
No.
Why not?
Scared it's gonna get worse and I stay by myself.
During the time you were with Carlos, did he ever have a job?
I helped him get a job,
And where did you help him get that job at?
a staffing agency.
And how did you know about the job?
I just know about staffing agencies. They hire.
Okay. And were you working at that time?
I started working there.
At the same staffing agency?
Yes,
Were you working there before or after you helped him get the job?
before.
And did you remain working there?
I tried to switch locations from him.
And why did you do that?
I didn't want to be around him all the time.
And what did you all talk about, you wanting to switch jobs?
No,
Okay. And did he ever approach you about you switching jobs?
he got really mad. I left the job. It was after I got into an accident. He got real mad. He came to my house, knocking on the door and wanting to come in. And he was angry that I left without telling him.
And do you know when that was?
In November.
Okay. And you said he was angry. At any point did he leave or what happened?
He slammed the car door that I was in because I was trying to go to the chiropractor because I had gotten in an accident. I thought he had broke the door and he took my phone.
Okay. He took your phone and did he give it back?
5 hours later,
How did you get it back?
he went to his mom's house.
And you said he went to his mom's house. So how did you get the phone back?
I went there. I went and tried to ask her to help me get it back.
And when you tried to ask her to help you get it back, were you able to get it back then?
I had to play along with him like I wanted him to come back.
Okay. And did anything else happen?
I got it back, my phone back.
Okay. And were there any other incidents that day?
No,
Okay. And let's shift gears just a little bit. Do you know anyone by the name of Jonathan Stafford?
yes.
How do you know him?
I knew him since I was 12 or 13.
And what was your relationship like with Jonathan?
We had a close relationship, and at one point he stayed with my mom. I was close with his sisters until this happened.
And I'm sorry, I know you said since you were 12 or 13, and I asked earlier how old you were, but do you know about what year that was when you were 12 or 13?
No,
About approximately how many years would you say you've known?
over 10.
And how often did you and Jonathan talk?
We talked often, even if it was just checking in on Instagram. It wasn't anything serious. We always kept in contact, and he was one of my sister's best friend.
Okay, so you've known him since you were 12 or 13. How did you guys meet at that time?
My mom apartment complex.
So he lived in the same apartment complex as you?
Yes, I didn't live there.
You said you didn't live there?
No,
Okay. But so you would go visit your mom and he was there?
yes,
Okay. And you said that you guys talk still often, even as adults. Do you know whether Jonathan had children?
he did.
You know how many?
3.
Do you know whether Jonathan was married?
Yes,
Okay. Do you know whether he had any siblings or not?
he did.
And what about his parents? Are they still around?
Yes,
Okay. And do you have relationships with any of them?
before this happened, yes.
And what was your relationship with them like before this happened?
We had a friendship.
Okay. Do you know where Jonathan was living in November of 2021?
He was here with his mom and sisters.
And was Atlanta his primary residence, or did he live somewhere else?
He's from here, I think, but he lived in California also.
Okay. But in November of 2021, he was in Georgia.
Yes,
Okay. And when was the last time you saw Jonathan?
Thanksgiving
Thanksgiving when?
Day,
Of what year?
2021.
Okay. And how did you end up seeing him on Thanksgiving Day?
His sister invited me. Thanksgiving
His sister invited you to Thanksgiving?
dinner, yes.
Okay. Where'd you guys go?
Alabama,
Do you remember what part of Alabama?
Birmingham.
And what time did you guys go?
I left around 12 or 1. Had to get one of his sisters and her family.
Okay. And when you guys went to Alabama, you said you had to get one of his sisters and her family. So you drove there with someone?
Yes,
Okay. And where was Jonathan?
he was already there.
Okay. So you guys met him in Alabama. Whose house was it? Do you know?
His mother,
Okay. And so you left Georgia about what time?
around 12 or 1,
And you got to Alabama around what time?
maybe 5 or 6,
And how long do you think you guys stayed there?
a few hours.
And how was your time while you were while you were there with his family?
It was good, but I couldn't really enjoy it.
Why not?
Carlos kept calling me.
He kept calling you. How did he call you?
Instagram, maybe 50 to 75 times.
Okay.
So I'm not real fluent in Instagram. When you say call, does that mean you hear his voice or it's like he's texting you?
The video and text.
Okay, but you can send both video and text.
Mhm.
And is the video live like FaceTime, or it would be a video that is sent that is a recording of something?
Similar to FaceTime.
So you could have an actual
Yeah.
face-to-face exchange.
Yeah.
Okay. And we'll come back. We're gonna come right back to those to that Instagram. But Tatiana, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 25. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
Jonathan.
And how do you know that's a picture of Jonathan?
This is wedding day.
State moves to admit State's Exhibit 25.
Any objection, Ms. Feely? It's admitted.
Commissioner Public, I'm sorry.
Say publishing.
Publishing. And you stated this is Jonathan when?
His wedding day.
Okay, Tatiana. And now I want to get back to Thanksgiving night. You mentioned that the defendant contacted you multiple times on Instagram. I'm gonna show you what's marked as State's Exhibits 2 through 19. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
How do you recognize them?
Instagram.
And are you all friends on Facebook? I'm sorry, on Instagram, my apologies. You and the defendant?
We were.
And what do you know what his handle was at that time? Or his screen name?
Lil Dill.
Okay, and how long had you all been friends on Instagram?
I guess around January.
And you all had chat conversations before this?
Yeah.
Okay, and how often did you communicate this way?
For about a month.
Okay.
January, February.
Well, at the time of Thanksgiving, how often did you guys communicate via Instagram? You
He kept
started-
calling. I didn't answer.
Okay. And how are you able to tell that it was these? How are you able to tell these were from him?
His name.
Okay. State moves to admit State's Exhibit 2 through 19.
Any objection to 2 through 19?
We've already kind of talked about this yesterday. We would just review our objections to relevance and improper character.
Okay, that's been preserved. I will admit 2 through 19. The 2 through 19 relate to Thanksgiving Day, or are some of them before Thanksgiving Day? Okay, so I don't know that that objection applies to Thanksgiving Day, but it's noted and preserved, and I will allow in 2 through 19.
Okay, let's go to State Exhibit 2. What's at the top of this picture, Tatiana?
Jonathan cooking.
And how is that in your Instagram?
Just my story.
Okay, and scroll up a little bit. I see there is a comment underneath there. Who's that from?
Carlos.
Okay, and you said that's Jonathan in the photo?
Yes.
Okay, and now let's scroll down a little bit. So that's Carlos in the first comment, and that's bubble is what color?
Black.
Okay, and then I see some blue bubbles up there. Who's that speaking?
Me.
Okay. And let's scroll down a little bit. It looks like there says a call is started there. You mentioned that Carlos was calling you. How many calls do you see started on the screen?
That's
2.
have her read what it says for the record.
Okay, and we'll go back up. Go ahead and read for me what that says for the record.
Which one?
Starting at the top.
Not he then went to LA and came back cooking.
Okay, and then into that first bubble.
Oh.
Keep going.
So how long you gonna be there?
And now to the blue bubbles, which is who's speaking again?
Me.
All right, and go ahead and read those.
Boy, I'm grown. I'm single. Stop questioning me. Bye.
Okay, and let's scroll back down again, where it says, we talked about the video calls that are started. There are 2 here, and then I see it says miss video call. So did you answer on either of those calls?
When you start a call, that's what it says.
Okay, so then the missed call is because
You didn't answer.
Okay. All right, let's go to State's Exhibit 3.
Time.
I'm sorry, what time did these calls start?
It says 6:32 p.m.
Okay, and you were in Alabama, correct?
Yes.
Do you know whether Alabama and Georgia are in the same time zone?
I'm not 100% sure.
That's okay. But if they weren't, this would be in Alabama time? You're not sure?
No.
Okay, let's go to State's Exhibit 3. And so I think you've explained how this works already. We see, let's count the calls started here. We see 1, 2, 3, and it looks like there's a call ended. So if there's a call ended, does that mean that someone answered?
Yes.
Okay, and would that person have been you?
Jonathan answered 1.
Okay, do you know whether there was more than 1 call answered that day?
I probably answered and hung up, but I didn't talk to him.
Okay. And going back to that blue bubble, what does that say?
You gonna get blocked on here too.
And you said it's gonna get blocked on here too.
He was already blocked on the phone.
He was blocked on your phone? Okay. And spending the night, what is that in reference to?
He if you go back, he asked when was I returning.
Okay.
I said I was spending the night so he could stop asking me.
Okay. Let's take a look. Let's skip to State's Exhibit Oh, no, we're not gonna skip. We're gonna go to State's Exhibit 3.
Four. State's Exhibit 4. That was 3.
Oh, that's good. Sorry, State's Exhibit 4. How many missed calls are there here?
3.
How many calls were started here?
It will be 3. If you count the top one.
Okay, so there's one that's kind of cut off.
Yes.
Okay, but that one was on the other, all right. Okay, and so down at the bottom, what does that black bubble say?
Oh, so you spending the night with your folks?
Okay, and I'm sorry, let's go back up, because I see there's also a blue bubble up at the top. What does that say?
I don't go with you.
And that's you talking to him?
Yes.
And why were you telling him that?
So he can stop calling me and asking me questions.
Okay. And let's go to State's Exhibit 5.
That's right. What does I don't go with you mean? What does I don't go with you mean? What does I don't go with you mean?
What does I don't go with you mean?
We're not together. We're not in a relationship.
Okay. Starting at the top, read what that bubble says.
Fucked up how you couldn't spend the holiday with me, but you're around a whole nigga and his folks.
And who's that speaking?
Carlos.
And do you know who he was referencing?
Me being with Jonathan and his family.
And zoom back out for me. How many calls started do you see here?
4.
And how many missed calls are there?
4.
Okay. Let's go to State's Exhibit 6. Starting with that top bubble, what does that say?
I'm done.
And why are you saying that?
I keep saying the same thing.
And what do you mean when you say I'm done?
I don't want to be with him.
Okay. And well, I see there's another bubble where there's some writing. It's black. What does that say?
Yeah, you always say that.
And had you told him that before?
Yes.
Had you kept talking to him after you told him that before?
Yes.
Why did you keep talking to him about that?
Because he would just keep coming. He'll come to my door every morning.
But when did, and you mentioned earlier that you had already blocked him on your phone. When did you do that?
When he started, kept calling me. He's been calling that whole day.
Okay. All right, and zoom out for me. How many calls started do you see on this screen?
4.
And how many missed calls are there?
2.
And I see there's another call that was ended here. Does that mean someone answered the phone there?
Yes.
And you mentioned earlier that you answered at least once maybe, and Jonathan answered. Do you know who answered in this particular one?
It's a minute, possibly just the one Jonathan answered.
Okay, and why did Jonathan answer?
He kept calling.
Okay. And do you know whether the defendant responded to Jonathan at all?
He did.
And what was said?
Who the fuck are you?
Okay. Let's go to State's Exhibit 7.
That's me. Make sure you read everything into the record, what it says. Make sure you.
Okay, let's, starting at the top, what does that say?
On my daddy.
Why do you say that?
He said, put it on my dad that I'm done.
Okay, and why does he specifically actually put on your dad?
He's passed away.
When did your dad pass away?
Elementary.
And Carlos knew that?
Everybody know.
And moving forward, what does that next bubble say?
Okay.
And who's that speaking?
Carlos.
And in the next bubble, we see there's another missed video call. Does that mean you didn't answer at that point?
Correct.
Okay, and what's the next bubble say?
TF means the fuck you can't force nobody to be with you.
Okay, and why were you saying that?
Explaining to him he can't force me to be with him.
And did you feel at that point he was trying to force you to be with him?
Yes.
Okay, and what does he say to that?
Oh, I'm not.
And then what do we see right after that?
He called again.
And there's another missed call. And then what's said after that?
Great.
And why were you saying great?
Leave it at that.
Leave it at what?
That I'm done.
Okay. That you were done, or that he was actually responding to it saying he's not.
Oh, he said, oh, I'm not. Then great.
Okay. All right, scroll down for me. And we see some more calls started here. What time is on those calls?
6:51, 6:52.
Okay, and that call that's ended, does that mean somebody might have answered, or?
I answered and hung up.
Okay. All right, let's go to State's Exhibit 8. How many missed calls do you see here?
3.
How many video calls were started here?
3.
Okay, and now read what's in those bubbles to me, please.
You try to put a nigga on the phone.
I'm sorry, read that again. What does it say?
You try me and put a nigga on the phone.
And who was he referring to?
Jonathan.
Okay, and scroll down for me. And what does that bubble say?
You most definitely just fucked up with me. Nigga, you tripping on my mama.
Times are these calls?
And what time do you see these calls happen?
6:52, 6:53. 6:54.
Okay. Let's skip to State's Exhibit 10. And starting at the top, read that for me. And first, who's speaking in blue?
Me.
Okay, go ahead and start reading.
You're so aggy.
And now what is his response to that?
Nah, what the fuck we do that at? Putting a nigga in camera, bro. In the camera, bro.
So in the camera, were these video calls? These were all video calls?
It was a video call.
And who answered that video call that he's referring to?
Jonathan.
Okay, and what does the next bubble say?
Because you keep calling me. Main reason I don't want to be with you.
Okay, and what does the next bubble say?
Letting a nigga answer your shit. I can't even do that. Just disrespecting me to the fullest.
Okay, and then we see a call started. What time does that happen?
7:05.
And it looks like there is a call ended.
7:05.
Another call is started.
7:05.
And we see the missed video call, and then we see another call is started. What time is that?
7:06.
Okay. Let's skip to State's Exhibit 15. Starting with that top bubble, read for me what that says.
Continue to go through what I'm single on my daddy. I'm not in no relationship with you. I'm with my sisters, him right now in Alabama.
Okay, and you were referring to you being single.
Yes.
Okay, and when you say you were with your sisters and him, first, how many sisters do you have?
I had 2 sisters.
When you say had, what happened to the other one?
One passed away.
When did that happen?
2015.
All right, and what's that next bubble say?
Oh, so that's who you fucking with?
Okay, and were you and Jonathan in a relationship?
No.
What's the next bubble looks like is a missed call, and that happens at what time?
7:50.
Okay, and then we see another missed call, and then pick up reading right there where those bubbles start?
It doesn't matter what I'm doing with him. We not together, but we ain't.
Okay, and then I guess those are laughing emojis. So that last call time started at what time?
7:50.
Okay, and again, where were you at that time that call happened?
Alabama.
And did he send any other messages?
He kept calling.
And let's go back to your time in Alabama.
Oh, Jasmine. 9, 11, 14. I have missed calls. Yeah, they're just missed calls. Publish all of them. We need to. Which numbers are there? You missed 9, 11, 11 through 14, 16 through 19.
Okay, let's go back to exhibit 9. How many missed calls are here?
4.
And how many calls are started?
4.
Let's go to exhibit 11. How many calls are started here?
5.
How many missed calls?
4.
Let's go to exhibit 14. I'm sorry, let's start with exhibit 12. Starting at the top, read that for me.
That bitch say next to you twice laughing at me. You stayed there and slept with the hoe at the hospital. I'm done with relationship is over.
And what does he respond to?
Didn't sleep with her at all.
And what is he referring to? Or what are you referring to?
Child mom. His child mom.
Okay, and how many calls are started here?
2.
How many missed calls?
1.
I'm sorry, count those again for me. How many calls are started?
3.
How many missed calls?
3.
And there's a bubble in between those calls. What does that say?
Sitting right next to this nigga. Then you posting him, bitch, you tripping.
And again, who's the defendant speaking about?
Jonathan.
Okay. Next. Exhibit 13. Okay, what does that say at the top?
I'm single.
And again, how many calls are started here?
4.
How many calls are missed?
4.
Let's go to State's Exhibit 14. Go ahead and read through that for me.
Okay, do you? Because I'm definitely going to do what I want. No love lost. I just can't be with you.
And what does he say?
You sure?
And it looks like there's a call started there. What time is that?
7:47.
And what's your response?
Yes, I'm sure.
Okay, and like a thumbs up emoji, and what's after that?
Miss audio call.
Okay. And what time is that?
7:48.
And I see there's a bubble above that. What does that say?
Please stop calling. Thanks. Please stop calling.
Okay, starting from the top, this is State's Exhibit 16. What do you see there?
Laughing emojis and say, we not, I'm done with this relationship.
And what's his response?
You sure?
And what do you say?
Positive. I don't like you no more. The feelings I had are gone.
Okay, and what does he respond?
Okay, block me then.
Okay. Okay, and what's your response?
You can just stop texting me. I blocked your phone already.
Okay, and so what does he say?
Block me so I can't.
Okay, and your response?
Okay.
State's Exhibit 17. Starting at the top, read what the black bubble says and then move on.
I hate you. I swear I do.
And then your response?
I don't hate you. I just can't be with you.
His response?
Yeah, I hate you.
Yours
Okay, great.
is
Wish I never started fucking with you strong.
that. Read that black box for me.
I'm not that same person when I want to be, but you steady nagging to me about Tanisha. The main reason things changed. Since you had this baby, the way you've been towards me is way different.
Okay, and Tanisha, who's that?
One of his children's mother.
Okay, and those last two boxes for me.
From the beginning, you shouldn't have included me once you got her pregnant. Should have continued to keep our distance. My feelings are gone.
Okay, and lastly, State's Exhibit 18. Starting from the top.
You came around on your own. You had a chance to leave in the beginning, but you stayed around.
And when he says you came around on your own, I know earlier you testified about him reaching out to you because of after the heart condition. Did you initiate contact with him at some point?
No. I was posting on my Instagram about my surgery, YouTube about my surgery.
And read the rest of those boxes for me.
Everything has pushed me away. No, you kept reaching out about my surgery and recovery. Well, I'm leaving now. I don't gotta deal with none of it.
And what's the next box say?
You right. I was checking on you, but you pulled up. That's what a real friend will do. If you love and care about me, like you say you do, you wouldn't be giving up.
And read the blue boxes for me.
We can be friends. I'm giving up on a relationship.
And continue on to those black boxes.
Why, when we can work on it and continue building?
And who says why when we can work on it and continue building?
Carlos.
And is that what you wanted?
No.
All right, last one, State's Exhibit 19. Starting from the top.
You steady running away from the problems instead of sitting down talking to me about it. I stated I don't want a relationship with you. You've shown the real you.
And scroll down. Read that next box.
So me showing my emotions out of anger is the real me.
And who's speaking there?
Carlos.
Okay, and continue on to the blue boxes.
You can't change how somebody feel, or if I want to let you spend the night or stay. I'm good on a relationship. I'm not changing my mind. I wish you the best.
And what is his response?
Wow, Tatiana, just give up like that?
And what do you respond?
We can be friends.
Were you willing to be friends with him then?
I didn't hate him. I just didn't want to be in a relationship.
Okay. And that last box there, or that last bubble, what does he say?
Just give up on me like that.
All right, and Tatiana, let's go back to your time in Alabama. Did you enjoy spending time with Jonathan's family?
I did.
And did your children go with you?
They did.
Okay, and did you stay the night?
No.
What time did you leave coming back to Georgia?
It was dark when we left, maybe around 9, 8, 9.
Okay, and do you know about what time you actually got here?
We got here around 10:30 because his sister had to use it at my house, use the restroom.
And you said at your house. Where's your house? Where was your house at that time?
Martin Luther King.
Okay, and do you know about what time? Well, you said his sister had to use the restroom at your house. So did you guys go to her house later, or what did you do after that?
Yes, I had to take them home.
Okay, and where did she live?
Dunwoody.
Okay, and how long did it take you to get from your house to Dunwoody?
It's like a 30-minute drive.
And then where did you go from her house?
I went to my aunt's house.
And when you went to your aunt's house, did you go there by yourself?
Me and my children.
Okay, and it was just you two, or you and your children
In my car.
for the night at your aunt's house?
My mom, my sisters, Jonathan came to my aunt's house. He wanted to see my mom and my sisters also.
So Jonathan came back from Alabama with you?
No.
So break that down for me.
And Jonathan was in his own car.
Okay, and you rode back with the same people you went with?
Yes.
And remind me again, who was that?
His sisters, his sister, her kids, my kids, and her boyfriend.
Were you aware Jonathan was gonna come back?
Yes.
Okay. And what time did he get there, before you or after you to your sister's house?
To my aunt's house.
Sorry, to your aunt's house, yes.
After.
Okay, and do you know about what time he got there?
Maybe 11 something.
Right, and how long did you guys stay?
Maybe 30 to 45 minutes.
And what was the plans for the rest of the night?
We was just chilling with my sister them until everybody decided to leave. I had to work in the morning around 5:30. The plan was to go home, get my kids bathed, and then I was going to take them to my grandma's house around 4 a.m.
Okay, and when you left to go to your house, about what time was it?
Maybe 12.
Okay, and did Jonathan leave at that time too?
Everybody got in their own car.
Okay. And where was Jonathan going that night?
He was supposed to go back to his big sister's house, but I was out late with my kids. He wanted to make sure we got home.
Okay, so did he ride with you, or y'all were in two separate cars, so did he follow you?
Yes.
Okay, and you went to your home at that time?
Yes.
And about how far did your aunt live from where you live?
Maybe 4 to 5 minutes.
4 to 5 or 45?
No, 4 to 5.
All right, so about 4 to 5 minutes from your aunt's house to yours. Do you know about what time then you got to your house?
12 something. I don't know the approximate exact time.
Okay. And once you got to your house, what happened?
It was raining. So I parked at the dumpster because the way to get to my door is behind the building. There's no parking lot. You have to park in the front and walk around. So I parked to the closest to the end to be able to walk my kids around.
Why don't we pause here? I want to make sure the jurors get a morning break. We're going to have lunch at a little before 12:30 is when we're going to take our lunch break. So this is your first break. When you go back to the jury room, please don't talk about the case, your perceptions of the testimony or anything like that. Talk about anything else you want. We'll get you back out here in probably a little under 10 minutes, unless you say you need more time because it's your break. When you come back, we don't have assigned seats. So if you want to switch around, I encourage you to do that. You get a very different view of what's happening in court if you're way down at one end versus the other. So if you need to be at one end because you got to stretch your legs out because of a bad knee or hip, be at the far end closest to the jury room. Otherwise, please switch around rows and seats. We will get back together in a few minutes.
All right, sure.
All right, you all can be seated. Ms. Willingham, anything we need to get on the record before the break?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Feely?
No.
Okay, we may not, we won't finish Ms. Willis. Is it just Willis? It's not Willis Riley?
It's Willis Riley.
Okay, we will not finish Miss Willis Riley's overall testimony before lunch. I don't know how far we'll get into direct examination, but we will need to break for lunch in about an hour. And as I mentioned yesterday, the lunch break will be a little more than an hour because of what I've got going on. And then we'll pick back up. Okay, see everyone back here in about 8 minutes.
Yes. This one works. Which means. Correct. Yes.
Welcome to work, man. See you.
Ms. Rivers, are you ready?
Yes.
Do you think they're ready? I know you haven't checked on them. Any reason they wouldn't be ready? Okay, all right. If we could get Ms. Willis Riley back up on the stand, that would be great. All right, Ms. Willingham, are you ready for the jurors? Ms. Feely? Let's bring them back in, please.
All rise for jury.
I just go to
So you should slide all the way down. If you come in, don't leave an empty seat. It's hard to get past folks. So if you want to be at the end, hustle out.
All jurors are present.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. You all can be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, before we resume the direct examination of Ms. Willis Riley, one thing I should have mentioned, I noticed one of you taking advantage of it. It's fine to fan out down the hallway during the break. I think there are chairs even way down at the end with some sunlight in a window. You can be down there as well, as long as you're quiet. If you want, my colleagues will come down here and say, what the heck is going on with your jurors? But that hallway can sort of be the back patio of your jury room. Hopefully breaks won't be so long that you get too stir crazy back there, but it's a small space and there are 14 of you. So feel free to go down the hallway and spread out a little bit if that's what you want to do. Just don't bang on any of the other doors. And I appreciate you mixing it up with the seating. I think that's important. We were in the middle of the direct examination of Ms. Willis Riley. When you are ready, Ms. Willingham.
Now, let's go back to that night, November 26th, 2020. You got home. What happened as you pulled into your apartment complex? Walk me through, starting from the time you pull in.
I pulled towards the dumpster. Jonathan comes behind. And
where's the dumpster at in relation to where you?
So I live in the back of the building. The dumpster is in the front where the parking is.
Okay, and I'm sorry, were you living at 3440 Boulder Park Drive at that time?
Yes.
Okay, and is that in Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes.
Is that in Fulton County?
Yes.
Okay, and is that an apartment or a house?
It's an apartment.
And how long have you been living there?
2 years, going on 3.
And are you familiar with the layout of the apartment complex?
Yes.
Okay. And who did you live with?
My kids.
You said you had 4 children?
Yes.
Did you have 4 children at that time as well?
3.
Okay. And I'm handing you what's been marked as States Exhibits 20 and 21. Are you familiar with those? Or do you recognize them?
Similar to the apartment complex.
Okay, and it's similar to the apartment complex you live in?
Yes, it's similar to where I was staying.
Okay, and looking at that, do you see any street names?
Boulder Park Drive.
And you said that's where you were living at the time, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and what do these maps show?
The buildings, the mail center, the leasing office, the playground.
Okay. And do they fairly and accurately show your apartment complex?
Yes.
State Pretender States Exhibits 20 and 21 for demonstrative purposes.
Ms. Feely, any objection to the admission of 20 and 21 for demonstrative purposes? They're admitted.
All right, Tatiana, I'm gonna put up on the screen States Exhibit 20. All right, you were telling me you pulled into the dumpsters. Which one of those buildings is yours?
Can she zoom out a little bit?
And I'll also give you that might be easier for you to see. So.
Sure. And the screen that you've got in front of you, Ms. Willis Riley, it's a touch screen. So if you tap the screen once, put your finger on it once.
Where is this?
Anywhere, just touch it anywhere. Now, see that little pencil way over in the left-hand corner? Tap that. Now, when you touch it again, you're actually gonna draw on it.
Okay.
Okay.
And where you just drew, is that your building?
Is this parking or the building? It look like a parking lot?
Okay, so, and can you see what that wording says there for those on the top? Where it says the building numbers, looks like?
All right, so this is the last building. This is my building
Okay, all right, and now where was that dumpster at?
here.
Okay, so now going back to what you were saying, you pulled in and you pulled in front of that dumpster, and then what'd you do?
Get my kids out the car to go to the back, to my door,
To your back door?
to my door.
Okay, all right, so you go to your door, where's Jonathan at this time?
He's here. I asked him could he park the car because it was raining.
Okay, and he's still outside, he's going to park your car?
Yes,
What did he do with his car?
he just parked it in a spot right here on this side.
Okay, and once he goes to park your car and you go inside, do you all interact anymore?
He told me he couldn't turn my car off because I took the key fob.
Okay, so then what'd you do?
Like left the kids in the house to give him the key fob so he can turn off the car.
Okay, so you went back outside.
Yes,
And when you got back outside, what happened? Well, where was your car at that time when you got back outside?
this parking lot.
And why was it over there?
I didn't want him to see my car.
When you say him, who were you referring to?
Carlos.
And is that something you often did?
This was like the third time.
Okay, so you had Jonathan go to park your car in another parking lot or in another parking area at the apartment complex.
Yes,
And you walked over there. How'd you get over there?
this is the sidewalk.
Okay, so you walk through the sidewalk and you go over to where your car is. What do you do once you get over there?
Put the key fob in the car.
Okay, and where's Jonathan?
In the car, turning the car off.
Okay, and then what do you all do?
We get ready to walk back towards the parking lot in the building.
And Ms. Willis Riley, do you by chance own a firearm?
I do.
And do you carry it?
I do.
And when did you start carrying it?
When I moved to the back of this building,
Okay, and you said that was when?
about 2 years,
And how often do you carry your firearm?
every day with me and my children.
Okay, so were you carrying it that day?
I was.
Do you leave it in the car? Do you take it in the house? What do you do with it?
Wherever we are, I put it up wherever we are, in the car or in the house.
Okay, so you were in the car previously. So was it in the car and then you took it when you went the first time?
No, I left it in the car because it was raining. I was rushing to get the kids in the house.
Okay, so you left it in the car. Did it stay in the car that night or what happened?
When Jonathan called about the key fob, I asked him could he grab my gun. I didn't want to grab it while the kids was woke.
Okay, and did you walk? I see you showed us where the sidewalk is going over to that parking lot. Did you go all the way to your vehicle or did you just kind of stop at the top of it? Where did you go?
I had to go to the car because I had the key fob.
Okay, and you got over there, did Jonathan still have your firearm at that time?
Yes, I think he was putting it in his pocket by then.
Okay, and he gets your firearm, you lock the car, and then what do you do?
We was getting ready to walk back towards the building.
Okay, you walk the same path that you just drew?
Correct.
You walk to it, you walk that same path going back?
That's the path I was walking towards.
Okay, and then what happened?
As we was walking, I heard gunshots tussling behind me.
Behind you, did you turn around?
Yes.
And what did you see?
Jonathan on the ground, Carlos with a gun.
And on that map, can you draw a circle in the spot where that happened? Or about where that happened?
If this is the sidewalk, then It's like on the curb,
Okay, and were y'all still by your car or were you a little further down from the car?
a little further down.
Okay, and you said you turned around and you saw Jonathan on the ground and you saw Carlos. Had you seen Carlos prior to that?
No, he didn't come in the car that I knew.
What happened after that? What happened after you turned around and you saw Jonathan on the ground?
The gunshots had already started. I tried to grab Carlos and stop him from shooting. He continuously shot.
And do you by chance know how many times he shot?
Multiple.
Okay, did at any point did he stop? And was it a continuous shooting or what happened?
It was continuous. I think he stopped when he didn't have no more bullets.
Okay. And was Jonathan able to speak at that point? Were you?
He was.
Okay, and what happened? Where did Carlos go?
He went to the car.
Whose car?
His car, or whatever car, whoever car it was.
When you say he went to whatever car it was, did you see that car?
It was a white Nissan.
Okay, and where was that car at?
On the other side.
On the other side. So where where did you go then? After the shooting happened, what did you do?
I ran to get my kids, or I walked to go get my kids.
Okay, and you walked which direction?
To my door. My door is in the back.
Okay, and I'm gonna back up just a little bit. After Jonathan is shot and you see Carlos, you say that you mentioned there are more shots. Did you see Carlos shoot anymore at that point?
Yes.
Okay, and you also mentioned earlier that you saw Jonathan put your firearm in his pocket. Were you able to see where your firearm was at that point?
It all happened. It happened behind me at the beginning. I didn't see that part.
Do you know whether, well, from where you were, you said you couldn't see Carlos initially.
No.
Do you remember what Carlos had on?
Black.
Okay, and immediately after Carlos shoots, do you interact with him at all?
I tried to stop him.
Okay, and which direction does he go?
Back down here to the parking lot.
Okay, and once he gets to the parking lot, you see him get into
The white Nissan.
okay, and you mentioned that you went to get your kids. So did you stop and see him or what?
I watched him get in the car because I didn't know what his intentions were going to be.
Okay, and then you went to your home.
Yes.
Okay, and what did you do once you got into your home?
My kids was crying. So I tended to them, got them, and I called the police. The APD phone line was down, and I kept calling, and they ended up putting me to Fulton County. I called my sister, and I called Jonathan big sister.
Okay, and you said APD was down, but you were able to finally get someone just in Fulton. Okay, and
Where was Mr. Stafford when all this was happening?
He was already on the ground.
and did you, and I know we went through the text messages from earlier in the night, but at any point, did you invite Carlos over?
Not at all.
Did he live at your apartment complex?
No.
Do you know where he was living?
With his mom.
Which wasn't in that apartment complex?
No.
Did he know Jonathan?
No.
Okay, did you know he was at your apartment that night at all?
No.
Did you have any reasons to think that he might?
No.
Okay, so after you go in, try and get 911, what do you do next?
I immediately went to Jonathan.
And what did you do with your children at that point?
First I stopped at Jonathan. I told him that I was right there and I just wanted to put the kids in the car.
So you brought your children out with
Yes,
you. And at that time, Jonathan was still able to speak to you?
yes.
Okay, once you get to Jonathan, you put your kids in the car, what do you do next?
Go back to Jonathan.
Okay, and you wait there with him?
Yes.
Did you attempt to administer any aid?
My neighbor came down. We asked her mom for a towel, and her mom was like, "Don't touch him."
And I'm sorry. You can tell me your reaction to all of those things, just not what necessarily they said.
Okay.
So you give them a towel, or you try and put the towel on, or you don't touch them, you said, okay. And how long after that did law enforcement?
45 minutes later.
And Tatiana, just because this map might just be a little bit easier. Let's go to State's Exhibit 21. And so we see the Boulder Park. Boulder Park is up at the top, and then we see Brownlee Road on the side. Where is your building in relation to that? And where was your car? Where was Jonathan parking your car? And where do you recall seeing Carlos's car when he got in it? So that was near your park, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you stated before that you hadn't seen that vehicle before?
Correct.
So when you got home, you wouldn't have immediately recognized it?
No.
Okay. I know you mentioned that you talked to Carlos while you were trying to stop him. Did you communicate with him at all anymore after that?
No.
Like as he was walking, based on what you showed us on the map, it looks like you all ultimately would have traveled the same path going to your apartment. And then you already said that you saw him get in his car. So as you all were walking, did you say anything to him at that point?
He said, "I think I'm shot."
Okay. And did you respond to him?
I told him he better go to the hospital.
Do you know whether he went to the hospital?
Later.
Okay. Did you review ring doorbell video?
Hmm?
Did you review a ring door video at all?
From my house?
Well, do you know, not necessarily from your house,
The girl.
did you, in preparation for today, did you have an opportunity to review any ring doorbell video?
Yes.
How many videos did you review?
Multiple.
Okay, do you know if you reviewed 3 videos?
I reviewed about 4 or 5.
Okay, in reference to the video from the ring doorbell, did you review one at approximately 8 p.m.?
Yes.
Did you review another one at approximately 11?
Yes.
Okay, and is it a video, were they was one video of the alleged incident,
Yes,
and that incident occurred around 12 a.m.
yes,
And you reviewed that video.
yes.
Okay.
This
And
is clean.
I'm showing you screenshots, and I'm playing you. Exhibit 22, and I'm gonna show you screenshots from that same video, exhibits 151 and 115.
I don't think they have either. I think she's showing them to ask questions about, not publishing them.
Do you recognize these?
Yes,
Are these screenshots from the Ring doorbell video that you reviewed?
yes,
Are you in one of the 3 videos?
yes,
Are you in one of the corresponding screenshots?
yes,
Are you in the video in exhibit 22?
which one is 22?
The video that you're reviewing, are you in?
Yes,
Okay. And are you in one of the corresponding screenshots to that video?
yes,
Is that video a fair and accurate recording of the events that night?
yes,
And has it been altered in any way that you know of?
no,
And state been moved to admit states exhibit 22?
22 and 115 and 151.
Yes.
Any objection to those, Ms. Feely?
No.
Those are all admitted.
Okay, and now moving on to the other 2 videos. Did you review those videos as well?
yes,
And did you review? And I'm gonna also hand you states exhibits 150 and 149. Have you had an opportunity to also review those?
yes,
Are they of your apartment complex?
yes,
And you're not in those videos, are you?
no,
But they are the videos, but they're from the videos you previously reviewed
yes,
of the parking lot?
yes,
State would move to admit states exhibits 150, 149, and for state exhibit.
What are the numbers for the 2 videos?
It's 114 A and B. So it's just gonna be 114 on the.
Okay.
Okay, and in watching the videos, do they appear to be an accurate representation of your apartment complex?
yes,
And do you recognize them?
yes.
And what does it look, what do you recognize in those videos?
Carlos at the complex.
And pursuant to stipulation from defense, state will move to admit states exhibit 114 and 149 and 150.
Ms. Feely?
We have the same issue of, just, she's not in these videos. She's not participating or observing what's in the videos. I think you do have an issue with whether she can testify that they accurately portray what was happening.
Okay,
So we would just ask that it be conditionally admitted, like discussed before, and so it can be authenticated by another witness.
I thought that, I may be misremembering that the Ring videos, there was a stipulation as to the foundation for them. Am I misremembering that?
I didn't realize that we were doing one that she was not.
Okay, got it. I'm going to allow it in based on the testimony I've heard from Ms. Willis Riley identifying the setting, the timing, who's in it, et cetera. But your objection is noted.
And Ms. Willis Riley, let's go back to State's Exhibit 22. Okay. You had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 22. Do you recall what Jonathan had on that night?
Like a brown jacket, some sweats,
Do you recall what you had on that night?
a sweat hoodie and some leggings,
You got you to remember what color it was.
gray.
And all right, okay, and Ms. Willis Riley, looking at this video,
Is it only because of the direct connection? It'll only be on the big screen? In other words, it's not going to be on the screen in front of Ms. Willis Riley.
yes.
Okay, that's fine. Ms. Feely, if you need to move anywhere to see it better, feel free to do that.
And Your Honor, just for the record, because of the lag through Zoom.
I'll explain. So, ladies and gentlemen, Fulton County has some good technology and some not so good technology. When it comes to playing videos, there is a lag in the system such that when someone tries to pause, it takes 4 or 5 seconds for it to pause. You're going to see something later than it's showing up on that screen unless we do a direct connect, which is why that hazardous wire is running from Ms. Beza's computer up to this screen. So for a few of the exhibits, the only way you're going to see them is on that big screen closest to you all, but not up on the other screens. And that's for fidelity primarily.
Okay. Ms. Willis, where's your vehicle?
On this side, the white SUV.
Okay, and as the video plays, you might be able to better direct us of it.
Do you have a laser pointer? No.
You can stand up and go to the screen if that's easier for you.
As long as you speak real loudly while you're over there
Okay.
and don't trip.
Where's your vehicle? Here. Okay. And let the record reflect that that Ms. Willis Riley has identified her vehicle in the video in exhibit 20, in State's Exhibit 22.
She's pointed to a vehicle. I don't.
It's 2 cars to the right. Next to a burgundy truck. It looks like. Okay. Ms. Willis Riley, as the video plays, I want you to walk me through it. Do you recognize anything else in this video as it's playing?
Yeah.
Okay, and where are you? Where are you here in the video?
The car. We didn't have to putting the key so I can turn it off. Now we're walking.
You said the car and we were.
You say again what?
This is the car and I was giving him, putting the key fob in the car so we can turn it off, and now we're walking.
Where are you walking to at this point?
Walking down the sidewalk to go back to the side.
And who's that behind you?
Jonathan,
Okay. What color does he have on?
in the video, it looks reddish.
Okay. And do you see anything else in this video?
Carlos
Where do you see Carlos?
coming from behind the cars.
And what is he wearing?
Like,
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna rewind the video a few seconds. Be careful. Okay, what's happening now?
Carlos coming behind us
And where's Carlos?
here,
And where's Jonathan?
here,
And where are you?
here.
Okay. And who's Carlos behind?
Jonathan.
And in watching that, what did you just see?
Hold on one second. Okay.
We're gonna rewind it just a little bit, Tatiana. What's happening?
He should be Jonathan
And where did he come from?
behind us.
Okay, we're gonna rewind it a little bit, with this so that we can have with the sound. Okay. Where's Carlos again?
Coming from behind us.
And Tatiana, where are you right?
Trying to stop him.
Did you get it? Okay, Tatiana, we're gonna play it one more time with this sound. The-
Yeah, we'll work on the sound after lunch. You can continue your questions.
Okay.
Here you go.
Do you know what time?
In about 15 minutes.
I don't think we will finish it right before that. Can you come back to the video after?
Sure. Can Ms. Willis Riley sit back down?
Yes.
All right.
You try it one other way.
All right. Tatiana, I know you just walked us through that video. We have.
I think I fixed the sound.
Okay, we may have this sound now, so, all right, one more time.
Mm.
Okay, that night after, did you speak with any law enforcement after,
I had to. Building. That was, I think, the detective.
And Tatiana, the video, you know, it looks like Jonathan needs something, so that was.
He was about to hand me my gun.
Tatiana, it looks like we see Carlos. Do you know what you're saying to him at that point?
I'm trying to tell him to stop.
Tatiana, looking back at the video, we see Carlos pick up something. What was that?
My gun.
Looks like he comes back over here where you are. What were you saying to him at that point?
He need to leave.
At that point, is that when you go back over to the other side?
Yes.
Okay, and what do you see him do what at that time?
He got in the white car.
Okay. And did you see him pull off or did you just see him get in the room?
And he got in. I was walking to my building.
Wait, it is your position before he pulled off, or you're not sure?
I'm not sure. I have to walk around.
Okay. Okay. And Tatiana, is that Jonathan there?
Yes.
You know who either of those cars in the video belongs to?
This car down to the left.
I'm sorry.
Well, it's a touch screen now, so you should be able to mark on the screen like you did before.
All right, and Tatiana, you mentioned a white car. What is that one to pull up?
Carlos.
Now backing out?
Yes.
The car you circled, how do you recognize that?
He was in my outside talking to the people who cut the grass in that car. Like on Saturday.
And which is your car now that you can mark the screen?
None of these. I can't see
your car on this screen?
How it is on my screen. No.
Okay.
It's
Oh, okay. It's zoomed in on yours. Okay. All right.
And Tatiana, you mentioned you spoke with Detective Singer. In speaking with him, did you at any point did he at any point ask you to identify Carlos?
Yes.
How did you identify?
They had a picture.
Tatiana, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 23. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
How?
Carlos.
And is there anything on there that you recognize specifically to you?
My name.
Okay. And is this the photo that you signed that night?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the photo that you signed with Detective Simmer?
Yes.
State moves to admit State's Exhibit 23.
Any objection?
No.
23 is admitted.
Okay, you can't go back 5 minutes?
Tatiana, what date did you sign that photo?
11/26/2021.
And what time?
6:51 a.m.
11/26, so that was November 26th, the same night as that.
Morning. Yes.
Okay, Tatiana, have you had an opportunity to review any other footage in this case
Yes.
from the apartment complex?
The ones that you guys showed me.
And that wasn't a ring cam video, was it?
No, it was the apartment camera.
And was that video a fair and an accurate representation of your apartment complex?
Yes.
Tatiana, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 158, 159, and 161 and 162.
Okay.
Do you recognize those?
Yes.
And are they from the video that you previously watched?
Yes.
And looking first to State's Exhibit 158. Looking at State's Exhibit 158, can you describe that to me first?
This looks like Carlos. This is Carlos.
Okay, and how do you know?
The hoodie, all black.
Okay, and that's the hoodie he had on that night?
Yes.
Okay, and looking at Commissioner Publish.
You may. This is traditional publishing.
Traditional.
Okay.
Looking at State's Exhibit 159. Tell me what that is.
This is me and Jonathan.
Okay, and what is Jonathan wearing?
Red hoodie,
And what are you wearing?
gray jacket.
State's Exhibit 161. Tell me what that is.
Me and Jonathan, and you see Carlos coming behind.
He's coming behind from where?
He's in front of this burgundy car on the sidewalk.
And lastly, State's Exhibit 162.
Me and Jonathan, right after he got out the car.
Okay, and
Mm.
And moving back just a little bit, Tatiana, to the video from State's Exhibit 22.
Mhm.
Looking back at those screenshots, what do you see in Exhibit 151?
Me, Jonathan,
And where are you and where's Jonathan?
I'm in front, Jonathan right behind,
And you have on,
gray,
and Jonathan has on
red.
115. What do you see in that video?
Me and Jonathan. Can't really see if there's somebody.
And looking at State's Exhibit 149, what do you see there?
Carlos to the bottom left.
Okay, and was that from the video you were in or from a one previous in the night?
He was just outside my complex. I wasn't there.
And do you see anything else in that photo that you've seen in the video?
The white car.
And looking at State's Exhibit 150, what do you see in that you recognize?
Carlos and the white car trunk open.
And the white trunk is open, is he near that trunk?
Yes, he's at the bottom towards the tail of the car.
I think what we'll do when those photos have made their way through all the jurors is start our lunch break.
And Your Honor, for the record, the state handed these exhibits to the jury because they're a little darker, so it's harder to see on screen. It might be a little bit easier.
Okay. They're in evidence. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you'll have these to examine further during your deliberations because they have been admitted into evidence. All right, Deputy Gordon, if you could collect those once she had a chance to look at that last one, we'll put them back with the other exhibits. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch. Normally lunch will be about an hour. I have 2 meetings during the lunch session, so it may be more like 90 minutes. I apologize that it's a little extended because I want us to get in as much as we can today. We will end around 5 o'clock. I say around because if we're in the middle of a witness and we can wrap something up at 5:05, we may go to 5:05. And if that witness wraps up at 4:55, we won't start another witness and get 2 minutes of testimony from that witness. So 5-ish is our end time. You are free to go out to eat lunch. If you brought lunch, you can eat that. And in the future, that refrigerator, I think there may even be 2 refrigerators in there, are for you to keep things cold should you choose to bring things in. Don't bring anything in glass or bring any metal cutlery because they won't let it through. You can eat as a group or as a subgroup. It's not a problem for you to be together. Just don't talk about the case. Talk about anything else you want. No outside research. Don't look anything up. If you have questions, you'll be able to ask them through the note cards of the witnesses at the end of their testimony. Thank you for your attention so far today, and we'll see you close to 2 o'clock. Try to be back by 1:45 in case my stuff ends early. Okay. Thank you so much. If you go with Deputy Gordon. All right, you all can be seated. I have one request for the state, and that is that if you know that there will be graphic footage, certainly when the medical examiner testifies, you let family members know, because we can't have what happened happen again. Folks can watch the trial on the live feed, not inside the courtroom. I understand why emotions run high. That was a rough video, but and I'm not blaming anyone. It's just that we can't have that happen again.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so victim advocate can work with the family to figure out who's got trigger points and who doesn't. Ms. Willis Riley, you're going to get a lunch break now. It's important that you not talk about your testimony with anyone. You can be with other people, but if they try to engage you in what you've said or what still needs to be said, you need to tell them to stop talking about that. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Willingham, anything else before we break?
Judge, it looks like we have received the body cam. We're checking to see how long it is. We can let Ms. Feely put a copy of it on her computer. So we only have a flash drive. So
Okay, well, you guys work through that, and obviously, Ms. Feely,
it works.
if it works, if it yields any concerns, issues, we can talk about those before the jury comes back in. Okay. Anything from the defense?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Is it 1, 2 judges? 2. Yes.
but we're, you know, want to see. Oh my God. Yeah, I was just testing. Thank you. I mean, this is possible. So I don't know if you want that. Yeah. Maybe I'll go back there. Good luck. I don't like the rest. Just kidding. That's fine. Because I just. I'm gonna sell. This rumor is covering. I got you. Okay. Okay, thank
Sure. I just saw that article, it's in my first name. Where are my offers under here? But seriously, like, I don't think I have control.
All right, we should have audio again. Ms. Rivers, if you're ready, we'll go on the record after lunch in the matter of State versus Dill. Mr. Dill is out here with his lawyers. Our prosecutors are here. Ms. Beza, there's something you wanted to get on the record before we bring the jurors and get Ms. Willis Riley back in here?
Yes, Your Honor. Very briefly, in regards to, I would essentially say the victim's family in court prior to while Ms. Willis Riley was testifying, I spoke with the victim advocates and they did warn them prior to the video and they chose to stay in the courtroom, but we made it very clear during the lunch break that even if you're going to choose to stay in the courtroom, we're going to ask you to leave.
Okay, great. And I want to be clear, when I flagged this for you all, I wasn't critical of anyone. This is very difficult and it might be, and some of Mr. Dill's family would want to leave. I just had shared with everyone before we started trial, there could be some complicated parts, but it sounds like your team is managing it even more directly now. I'll ask that the same direction be given when the medical examiner is testifying.
Yes, Your Honor. And then the second thing I wanted to bring to the court's attention, I briefly told Ms. Feely when we were getting off the elevator that after Ms. Willis Riley testified, she was in the hallway with her attorney and surrounded by the victim advocate. They're about to go and leave. One of the jurors went up to her and asked if they can give her a hug. Victim advocate Scott Smith, her attorney, told me. Victim advocate Dilma de Reyes told me, and Dilma said, no. And then the juror walked away.
Okay.
And so it happened. I do not believe that means the juror's leaning one way or the other. It's just, she said, can I give you a hug? When she was surrounded, and the victim advocate said, no.
So you weren't there. You learned about this either from Mr. Smith or from the victim advocate?
Both.
Okay. So you're not aware of which juror it was?
They said the old Black lady.
Okay.
So
that was going to be my guess, just
Yeah.
based on some of what I've been hearing about how that juror has been working with my staff as well, by giving my staff some hugs too. I need to let the jurors know that I should have been more direct. I'll be more direct now. They're not going to be interacting with the lawyers or anything like that. And they need to effectively keep to themselves and not think that you all are treating them like they have the plague when you don't engage with them, because that's not appropriate until the trial is over. So this was inadvertent. It sounds like the victim advocate intervened in the appropriate way. But number one, thank you for flagging that. Number two, Ms. Feely, is there anything you want me to explore with the juror? I suspect it is Ms. Smith, that's juror number 2. Anything in connection with that?
Yes, I disagree with the state. I think it shows an apparent bias towards one side. And we don't know what other jurors have been affected by that and have seen this interaction, whether she's been talking about this during breaks. It's a concern that the rest of the jurors had their own impartiality undermined by this. So we're moving for this trial.
Okay, so walk me through, when you say bias, the jurors have received evidence, some evidence, not all the evidence, but jurors watched a video in which it appears Mr. Dill fires multiple rounds into someone in front of Ms. Willis Riley. Ms. Willis Riley on the stand was tearful in recounting watching effectively the death of a close friend of hers. So that's difficult emotionally for a human to want to console the other human who was recounting that. I don't know if that's bias so much as empathy, which I don't know is forbidden, although jurors are supposed to decide the case on the evidence and not sympathy. I get that. But we now have jurors who have received evidence as opposed to before the trial started, where they automatically wanted to hug someone on the air quotes victim side. So is there more you want to say, or?
I think it shows a lack of understanding of what her role is here. So we would, if short of this trial, ask that she be removed, and we were going to request that Your Honor go ahead and charge them on sympathy.
Okay. Ms. Beza, what do you want to add?
I disagree with and object to this juror being removed. This juror asking the witness for a hug does not signify her leaning one way or the other. She sees someone crying, and they weren't just in the hallway. They were in the hallway, but she had just left the courtroom, the witness. She sees someone crying. That's a human response. It doesn't mean she's saying automatic guilt or automatic innocence. It doesn't mean any of that. It is a human emotion. And therefore, the state would say that a mistrial is not justified, removal of the juror is not justified, but an instruction that the witnesses can't talk to you, you can't talk to them, would be the curative for this. And, and we can make Dilma de Reyes available. Scott Smith said he's not coming back after lunch, but if Your Honor would like him to, he can come back and tell you exactly what he saw.
Okay. Ms. Feely, is there more you'd like to make of the record? I think that Ms. Beza has done a good job of relaying what was relayed to her. We could make a record by having Juror 2 talk about it. We could make a record by having Ms. Willis Riley explain what she experienced, or the victim advocate. I'm happy to make that record. I don't know that it would change your analysis because the part that concerns you has already been described. And so it might fine tune it a little bit. It might emphasize the state's point that no, the victim advocate said, you need to stop this. It's not appropriate. But I want to empower you to make the record you want if there's more you want in the record than what's been relayed by an officer of the court.
I just would want to know who else, because they were obviously all walking out to go to lunch. Who else was there to see you? And I don't know if there's a way to do that without pulling the jury on that.
So, meaning your question is, were there other jurors who might have seen the failed, it was an interaction, but the interaction that didn't go quite the way that juror 2 was thinking it might go? Okay, got it.
I have asked the victim advocate sitting here to call Dilma right now and to ask her who is around.
Okay, what's Dilma's last name?
Des Reyes.
Des Reyes. Was Ms. Des Reyes, would she recognize other jurors? In other words, I guess one answer would be there was no one else around, and then that answers it. But if she said there were other people around, I don't know who they are, then Ms. Feely's concern about other jurors could have witnessed the interaction. It doesn't really address that, but I guess we can find out what she has to say. While we're waiting on that, Ms. Feely, did you get a chance to watch the body cam video?
Not in its entirety.
Because there was not enough time, or because it doesn't work?
It was 3 hours.
I should have taken a longer set of meetings.
So, but the main points that I've flagged so far is, one, it appears that this officer, he thought he is responding to a burglary in the same apartment complex. And then is flagged by some other person for the, so I would like to cross this rule about the fact that she claims 911 was down, but this other call about a much less serious crime got for no problem and got a response from the officer.
Okay, I mean, we don't know that, well, okay, right. There was an officer there. Maybe the call went out 4 hours earlier, but there was an officer there.
And then she is on camera making statements that, of course, have inconsistencies with her trial testimony, not significantly that I've seen so far. But
why don't we do this? You've got it now. I'm not going to require you to focus on it in any way for the rest of the day. Hopefully you could get through the rest of it tonight, or your consolidated trial team could. And if we finish with Ms. Willis Reyes today, Willis Riley, but you haven't been able to go through that, the state needs to make her available to be recalled for recross, because you might not be in a position to explore what you want to explore with that body cam. Is that an accommodation that works for you? Okay. Because I don't want you to be trying to, with one eye, watch the video and then pay attention to what's going on in court. I will note you have 2 colleagues who could be looking at it, but I'll still afford you that opportunity that Ms. Willis Riley could be recalled, whether it's part of the state's case because they also want to watch it and they may do, or it would be part of your case. Either way, we'll make sure that happens. What I'm inclined to do is bring the jurors out in a moment and instruct them that they're not to have any interaction with witnesses, lawyers, etc. They need to keep to themselves. And if they witnessed any potential interaction, they should disregard that. And something like that shouldn't happen again. I'm not going to say it sternly because I hadn't told them that to begin with. And so I continue to believe that this was a natural reaction to someone who's never been a juror before. But it wasn't appropriate given the role that the juror has. I just don't think she knew any better. And it sounds like the victim advocate stopped things as soon as she was aware of what was happening. The one thing I will afford you the opportunity to do if you want, Ms. Feely, is that we could bring Ms. Smith in, juror 2, and ask her about whether she thinks that she's not capable of deciding this case. I'll also talk to the jury about they decide this case on the evidence and not sympathy. So just pre-charge them on that. But if you would like, and I'll do it, I won't make you do it, but if you would like me to examine Ms. Smith on that topic with the 2 sides being able to flesh it out, if I don't do that adequately, I'm happy to do that if that's something that you'd like on behalf of Mr. Dill.
I would request that, and I appreciate it. I also would want to know from her, because obviously she didn't really understand her role, if she has been talking with other jurors about this particular witness.
Oh, okay, meaning discussing the case.
Right.
Okay, got it. Okay, because that part I was pretty clear on, but got it. Ms. Beza.
Last thing, I was told that she came out last, and so there were no other jurors like directly in the vicinity of when she asked the witness for a hug.
Got it. Okay.
She needed a hug.
Okay, got it. And that's consistent with how Ms. Smith has been operating here with the jury box, et cetera, sort of being the last one out. So she gets her spot. Okay, so do you envision Ms. Willingham using any of the body cam, or you and your team are also digesting what's on the 3 hours of it?
I'm not using it.
A little bit of both. We don't plan to use it, but we are still digesting it. It is 3 hours. Part of it is for this case and part appears to be for the burglary call.
Okay. And did you all get it, or did the detective actually get it for you?
The detective brought it to court for us.
Good. Okay. Thank you. So if you could bring Ms. Smith out, please. Hello, Juror 2, how are you?
I'm well, and yourself?
I'm doing well. I needed to ask you a few questions, and then when the rest of the jury comes out, I'm going to give everyone an instruction that I should have given earlier. But it was brought to my attention that at the beginning of your lunch break, as you were coming out of the hallway somewhere, you found yourself in the vicinity of Ms. Willis Riley, who has been testifying and will be testifying more in just a few minutes. And you, being a caring person, said, "Hey, can I give you a hug?" Words to that effect.
I did not, and I caught myself when I did say that, and I'm an empathetic person, and I saw her pain, and I just wanted to hug her, but I didn't, and I did say that, and I thought about that later.
So,
Be dismissed?
no, ma'am. Number one, I want you to remain an empathetic person. In fact, I used that word in describing what was probably motivating you was empathy. But I do need to ask, one of the things, did you feel there were other jurors around, or they had already left the space and you were the last one coming out?
I was one of the last people to leave. First of all, I got lost. I went this way rather than going that way. And then when I did see her, not just her, the family.
Sure.
And they got on the elevator and I let them leave, but I did, and I caught myself.
Okay.
I just wanted to.
One of the instructions that I'm going to give all of you at the end of the trial, but all of you in just a few minutes, just because of what happened, is that you're going to ultimately need to decide this case based on the evidence, and not because of sympathy for one side or the other, or, and this does not apply to you, any discriminatory reasons like, well, that was a female or a male or someone tall or short or whatnot. So I need to understand from you if your empathy aside, you believe that in the end, because of course you've only heard some of the evidence and there's more to come, you don't find that you are already making up your mind about what has to happen in this case because of your empathetic reaction to someone in pain.
No, I do not.
Good.
You feel I have.
You-
I would gladly step to I have a problem with that.
I appreciate your willingness to not serve anymore, but you were selected by these lawyers and we'd like you to continue to serve as long as that's proper. And you feeling empathy towards anyone is not an issue.
It wasn't significant just what was going on. It was to her behavior and how she felt and what I sensed.
Okay.
It had nothing to do with what it was.
Okay. It was a very human reaction.
It was for me.
Yep. Okay, well, I appreciate that. Ms. Willingham, was there anything else you wanted me to follow up on or that you'd like to with juror 2? Ms. Feely? Okay. Yeah, and then we're gonna bring everyone in. No, you go on back there. Thank you.
Juror,
Yes, please.
Just make sure you like tell me when to stop and go.
all right, so jurors. Jury present.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. You all can be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from your extended lunch break. You won't get one that long in the future, so hope you ordered large this time. I need to cover 2 things with you before, and we can start getting Ms. Willis Riley back in here. That'd be great. One, I should have told you earlier, but I'm telling you now, that while you are here in the courthouse, you need to not be surprised if people associated with this case act a little bit like you've got the plague, by which I mean it's not appropriate for the lawyers or any witnesses or investigators to interact with you outside of the courtroom for the same reason you don't do outside research. You could be walking down the hallway saying, I wonder where is the best place to eat. And there's Ms. Willingham. I recognize her. Hey, Ms. Willingham, could you tell me? And she's going to back away like it's bad breath or something. And that's not what it is. You can imagine what Ms. Wood, one of the defense attorneys, might think if she turns the corner and sees juror X talking with the prosecutor. Wait a minute, I need to be part of that conversation. There shouldn't be anything that a juror is getting from one side outside of the courtroom. If Ms. Willingham's going to talk to one juror, she's going to talk to all 14 of you in the presence of the defense. So when you are in circulation and you've got a question, try to find Deputy Gordon, someone with a badge, anyone who's not associated with either of the sides or not one of the witnesses. When the trial's over, if you have questions for or feedback for the lawyers, that's perfectly appropriate. In fact, lawyers often like getting feedback. That'll be voluntary, but during the trial, again, you're in that little bit of a bubble. The second thing is I'm going to give you a little bit in advance one of the charges that I will give at the end of the trial as well. And that is that it's important that you ensure that your verdict in this case, whatever it may be, guilty, not guilty, is based solely upon your consideration of the evidence that you receive and not based on sympathy or affection or favor that you might have for one side or the other or anything that you've encountered. You have to consider the facts objectively, and you also need to report to me during deliberations if you find that someone is engaging in decision-making that's based on something other than the evidence. If it has to do with the racial origin of a witness or the gender of a witness or anything like that, that's not what we're here to do. We're deciding this case based on the evidence, lack of evidence, conflicts in the evidence. I'll repeat that charge more formally. You'll actually see it up on the screen in the future when we do the jury charges, but I want to make sure you all kept that in mind. And with that, if we have Ms. Willis Riley, we will continue with the state's direct examination.
Hi, Ms. Riley. I said hi again.
Hey,
Okay, when we left off, we had just watched some video footage. And I went back and asked you some things about, owning a firearm. And at some point, you pointed out that, the item that it looks like Mr. Dill picked up was your firearm. Is that correct?
yes,
Okay, and did you give him permission to take that firearm?
no,
Do you remember what kind of firearm it was?
black, it was a 9.
And was your gun, do you typically keep your gun loaded?
No.
Or was it loaded that night?
Jonathan asked why I don't keep my gun loaded. I told him because of the kids. And he was like, well, you be by yourself. And he put a bullet in the head.
Okay, and moving back to, you looked at some screenshots earlier of what you said was from video footage that you had watched where you see Mr. Dill outside in your apartment complex. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and publish State's Exhibit 114A. And I want you to kind of walk me through this and tell me what you see in this footage. Okay. And do you recognize anything in this?
Yes. The white car, Nissan,
Okay, and how do you recognize that vehicle?
from the shooting.
Okay, and you say from the shooting,
That's the car he got in.
Is this camera projecting from your building that you live in, or is it showing us your building across? Where is your building in relation? If I'm the camera looking out at that white car and the car that just backed in and that dumpster, where is your unit in relation to me?
My unit would be behind us.
Is there
Back.
2 buildings away, or it's like it's attached to your building, this camera?
I wasn't home. So I don't know if this the building in front or the building, my building.
Okay, so it could be, your building we saw was the, I'll call it the last, the little one
Yes.
way down. It could be the one ahead of it.
Yes.
Okay.
and Ms. Riley, is this the side that you parked on, or is this another side?
If this is the second parking lot, this the side that we was moving my car. He was moving my car to.
Okay, and so you say that's the parking lot he was moving your car to. Is that the same parking lot where the shooting occurred?
Yes.
Okay, and is there anything else in this video that you recognize?
The car that backed in.
And how do you recognize that?
Carlos was outside my complex one morning talking to the people who cut the lawn in that car.
Okay. What do you see in that shot right there?
Carlos got out of the car.
Out of which car?
The car to the left at the end.
Can you circle him? And do you see that vehicle that he's standing next to? Do you see that vehicle any other time that night?
Yes. During the shooting, it was still here.
Okay. Okay, so it was still it was in that parking spot,
Yes.
okay. Erase that.
So I think if you tap the screen and then, yeah, you're gonna be good. There's some kind of eraser. I think if you, there's an undo, it's like, yeah, perfect.
Mm.
Okay, and you stated that that's Mr. Dill,
Yes.
and what was he, what, do you recall again what he was wearing at the time of the shooting?
The black pants, the black hoodie.
So he was wearing what you're looking at now?
Yes.
And you mentioned that, you saw that vehicle there that night. Did you see him outside of this video footage? Did you see him go back to that vehicle at any point that night?
No.
Okay, and is that, did you go back to your house after, the incident?
No.
So, so, so your car still parked over there?
This is at 8:39. We weren't home.
And I'm sorry, to be clear, was your car still parked over there after the incident?
I left with the detective.
And you drove your vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, and okay, and moving on to, no, I've already stopped. And again, off to that side over there where we keep seeing Mr. Dill walk to, what's over there?
Right here, right here. Oh, you can't see? Right here?
Yes.
The hood of the car.
Now, where that vehicle that he gets into, do you recognize that vehicle?
That's the car he got in after the shooting.
That vehicle in that spot when you arrived home during the shooting?
No.
Recall seeing it at all when you got it?
I didn't pay attention to it. I didn't know the car.
Do you recognize the person being in and out of that way?
Yes.
That person?
Carlos.
Had you, prior to this, had you ever seen him? I know you mentioned you saw that vehicle there on that Saturday. Had you ever seen him in that white vehicle at all?
No.
Buick, that's Buick that's still out there in the machine.
Yes.
Moving to steps exhibit 114B. What vehicle that we see coming back?
The white vehicle.
All that white vehicle or where was the vehicle that is pulling in next to? Was that vehicle there already, or was that the vehicle he was pulling in first?
The first time.
Was that we see get out of that vehicle?
Carlos.
Where is he at now?
To the left.
That's back here.
Then near the car. The dark car to the left, the last car at the end.
Okay, Tatiana, we are going to back to. We talked earlier about some video footage with we talked earlier about some video footage from the apartment complex, and you looked at some screenshots of that, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then you had an opportunity to review that, correct?
Yes.
I want to show you some clips from that, and I want you to kind of walk me through that as well, okay?
Okay.
Now publishing states exhibit 26. Okay. Okay, Tatiana, we're playing camera 5 from that surveillance footage. And I want you to, in watching this video, do you see anything in this video that you recognize?
The white car.
Where do you see it? Can you circle it on the screen? And where is this in your apartment complex?
Is this the first parking lot, or is one of my parking lot, or is the one where it happened at?
And looking down at that timestamp on the bottom, can you tell me what time you see, the date and then the time?
November 25th, 2021, 1910.
Okay, and is that 7:10?
Yes.
We're not going to watch this from 7:10 until the next day, are we?
No.
Okay.
We are stopping at 19:05. Okay, and Tatiana, tell me what timestamp you see at the bottom of this one.
1937.
And what's the date?
11/25/21.
And anything in this footage?
The car's still there.
Okay, Tatiana, tell me. I'm sorry, hold on one second. Can't see it. Okay, and what's the timestamp here?
1937.
And do you recognize anything in this?
The first car is pulling in, looks like, but I see the white car down.
You circle that car you're referring to that's pulling
I see this car.
in. In 1937, that would be 7:37 p.m.
Yes,
And the date again?
November 25th, 2021.
Okay. And that second car you see, or the car you see pulling in, the car you refer to as the first car, where was that vehicle during the shooting?
The other parking lot at the end.
And you can erase those for me, please. And what do you see happening down near those cars that you just pointed out?
Carlos getting out the car.
And what time did you say you arrived home that night?
When it happened, the shooting happened around 12.
And Tatiana, what time stamp do you see on this?
1943,
What day is this?
November 25th, 2021.
And tell me what's going on in the video.
The white car leaving.
Where were you at 7:44 p.m.?
Alabama.
Stopping at 1943. Okay, I'm gonna stick with camera 5 for right now. Okay, and we're still looking at camera 5 here. Tatiana, tell me what time stamp you see there at the bottom.
2248,
Okay, and what date?
November 25th, 2021.
2248, 1048. on November 25th?
Yes,
Can you tell me what you see in this?
the white car coming back
Where were you at 10:48?
on the road.
Okay, Tatiana, we are going to move to camera 12. And we're gonna start back just a little bit, back around when you back around that 1900 mark. And tell me what date and time you see on this,
November 25th, 2021,
what time?
1914.
Okay, so 7:14, and where in the parking lot, where in the apartment complex is this parking lot?
This is where I normally park.
So your building would be,
The last building, 600.
right, but is that what the camera is attached to, or is your building in the background there where that maroon pickup truck is parked?
This is my building.
Got it. So we're looking at your building.
Mm-hmm. But my door is in the back.
Okay.
One moment, Your Honor.
So it's a few moments. Are there,
Sorry.
no, it's okay. I'm just wondering if there are other areas you could explore with this witness while your colleague is looking for what you're looking for, or it doesn't work that way?
I'm here at it, Your Honor. Unfortunately, it's a media player, so I have to own it through the.
Okay, whatever you need to do, we're all anxiously awaiting whatever the next question is.
Yes.
Hopefully it doesn't involve the white car moving somewhere else.
And Tatiana, what do you see? What do you see in this video?
The white sedan that I drove,
Okay, and what time is this?
0:25,
What day is this?
November 26, 2021.
And what else do you see in this video?
The car at the end,
How do you recognize that car?
the first footage.
So where exactly is this at in your complex?
Is that your building in
The
the
building in
background?
front of my building.
Okay, is in the building in front of your building, you referenced that a few times today. Is that the building where this incident occurred?
Yes,
And the car that's moving is what you described as your car?
the car was in.
Okay. It's a pretty good parking job.
And why are you parking your vehicle near Tatiana?
I don't know, was that when we just got there? It was raining. I think that's when I went to my building to drop the kids off.
And why were you gonna park there initially?
I didn't
Away from the building?
I didn't want Carlos to know I was home.
Okay, and we're gonna skip ahead. Tell me what that time stamp says.
Is it 3329? The thing is above it.
003329, so 1233. And what date is that?
11/26/2021.
And what's happening here?
This is my car getting parked.
And you recall, you were the one parking it at that point?
Jonathan.
And let's stop again here. We're gonna fast forward ahead. Tell me what time stamp you see here.
0:35.
What date?
11/26/2021.
12:35. And who's that standing by your vehicle?
Me.
And where's Jonathan?
Driver's seat.
And tell me what you see happening in this part of the video.
This is Carlos.
Circle him.
Us, me and Jonathan.
Okay, and And what's happening here?
Carlos ducking behind cars while we getting ready to go towards our building.
And what's happening right here?
That's when Carlos approached Jonathan from behind.
Okay, stopping at 0:36, so 12:36 a.m. Nothing further.
Ms. Feely, Ms. Wood, questions for Ms. Willis Riley?
I need to retrieve two, and I need to share screen.
Okay. All these things you may do.
Now, so you're not charged with anything related to this case, is that right?
No,
But you lawyered up based on this case, right?
I did.
You had a lawyer present with you in court earlier today? Objection, Your Honor, residence. Explore your bias.
Okay. Overruled.
He was with you in court today, right?
Yes,
The lawyer that you hired.
yes,
You mentioned on direct a car accident that you were involved with right around this time, or at least in November. You recall saying that?
I did.
And at that time, you actually called Carlos, right?
I did.
And he came to the scene of the accident, right?
I called Carlos because my heart rate was at 40, and I was scared that something was about to happen.
And what did Carlos do?
He came.
In the hospital?
He did. I asked to get in the Uber, but he insisted.
So on the day in question, we're going back and forth with those text messages that we saw on direct, right, with Carlos?
What was your question?
You were in contact with Carlos.
Oh, yes.
What's been already admitted as State's Exhibit 2. So the first time you interact, at least that we've seen, was Carlos reacting to your Instagram story. Is that right?
Yes.
And that Instagram story you posted with another man. Is that right?
My friend.
And Carlos' response was, "Oh," right?
Yes.
But that was his response to you posting a picture of another man, and then you heart emoji is "oh." Is that right?
Yes.
So you were glad that you saw that.
No, I just liked it. I didn't want to argue.
And then there's more back and forth, and during this time, Carlos is trying to contact you, like to talk instead of text, right?
I'm not sure what he was trying to do. He kept calling, yes.
So he tried to video calling you, right?
Multiple times.
Trying to figure out what was going on.
I'm unsure what he was trying to do. I didn't answer.
And you said on direct that you and Carlos would break up and get back together, right?
Never said that. He said that.
I think the state asked you, had there been times when you had broken up and then gotten back together, and you said yes.
Times that I tried to get away, but he insisted on continuing to come to my house.
And you said you started talking in January 2021?
Yes,
And then you had heart surgery in July 2021.
correct.
And you said Carlos kept showing up or showing that he cared about you, right?
Messaging on Instagram.
Kept reaching out to show you that he cared, right?
Yes,
So eventually then you met him in August of 2020,
yes.
and you were dating him.
Going out, yes,
He had met your children,
yes.
met his children.
My kids are always with me.
You had been to his mom's house, right?
Yes,
You had his mom's phone number,
I did.
and you got him a job with you, right?
I got him a job to distract him so he can go to work.
Okay, so let's go back to November 26th of 2021. Carlos was upset that you didn't spend Thanksgiving with him, right?
Yes,
We wanted to talk to you about that. Right?
I don't know what he wanted to talk about.
And in one of the texts that you went over on direct, Carlos says it's messed up that you didn't spend Thanksgiving. Do you remember that?
I do.
And you also said in the same text that the main reason you didn't want to be with Carlos is because he kept calling.
Everything that added up before this day made me did not want to spend time.
But after you knew that Carlos had seen the Instagram picture of the other man, you actually had Jonathan answer when Carlos called you, right?
Carlos kept calling. It was becoming aggravating.
So you let Jonathan answer the phone.
He did answer.
Now you testified that Jonathan couldn't turn the car off without the key fob.
Yes,
But that's not how that works.
that's what he called me and said he can't turn it off because I have the key fob.
And you told him to grab the gun.
No, I went outside. I told him I'll be out. The kids was in the house and I asked him could he grab it. I didn't want my kids to see me grabbing my gun.
You testified on direct that I think you called it the phone line was down.
Yes,
Do you mean 911?
Atlanta Police Department.
You did not call 911?
That's 911.
And you said you couldn't get through, right?
Correct. The phone lines were down. It went to Fulton.
How did you know it went to Fulton? Someone who
It
answers?
says it. It said it.
Okay.
And someone ended up calling me back from Fulton.
So what you dialed on your phone was 911.
Yes.
And then you hear things that basically say, we're routing you to Fulton County.
Yes.
Okay.
So you eventually finally did speak with someone. That's one.
Yes.
But there would be, if you called and got through to somebody, there would be some record of that, right?
Yes.
It would be in your phone records.
It should be in Fulton County phone records.
Would it surprise you to learn that another resident called 911 from your very apartment complex?
I was right there with her.
And that person, that caller was calling to report a burglary, right?
No, the girl that was,
Section, relevant speculation.
Well, I'm gonna overrule it. Why don't you answer the question and then we'll see if this goes a lot further. So you had someone right next to you.
the girl came downstairs from where it happened in front of her building, her and her mom. So we both were trying to call. The ambulance kept coming, but they never came in our building, in our complex.
So you had someone from the building in front of which the shooting happened, also calling 911.
Yeah,
Okay,
on her own.
on her phone. Got it.
On her own. Like I didn't know her.
Got it. But she didn't grab your phone
Oh, no.
and dial it. On her own, she called on her phone.
Yes.
Okay.
Was this person calling about the shooting?
She came outside and both of us seen the ambulance. I mean, heard the ambulance. So she called too. I don't know what she did previously.
Would it surprise you if an officer came out to the apartment complex on a call of a burglary that was a separate building before anybody came for Mr. Stafford?
I have no idea about that.
You're a certified medical assistant
Yes.
and you're now a nursing student.
Yes.
I'm not gonna play the entire video, Your Honor, but I'm gonna start. Pause. Where have you gone that you're not in the fighting?
My children.
Now, you said that you had a close relationship with Jonathan, right?
Yes.
You've known him since age 12 or 13.
Yes.
You talk often and check on each other.
Yes.
He was one of your sister's best friends.
Yes.
He's the person that you claim on direct care about, right?
Yes, we do.
So at 121, you say that you were in your apartment with your children?
The time, I don't know, but right after it happened, I went to get my children first.
Now about another 40 seconds or so has passed. Where are you that you're still out of frame?
My children and walking back to the side. And also I was afraid that Carlos would go back.
Another 30 seconds or so. You're still in the apartment with your children.
I was probably on the way back around the building. I was trying to call my mom, the police. I called his sister, my sister.
You're not there rendering aid to Jonathan.
I also have 3 children, and I was afraid that Carlos was not gone. I didn't know if he was gone or not.
You're not helping them.
I'll come back around the building.
You're not comforting them. And not driving him in your car to the hospital.
You shall see, I come back around the building. I'll talk to him. I am telling him to breathe. I'm telling him everything that I do know. And when the mom came out from the neighbor, she told me don't touch him.
We don't have that neighbor here in court with us today, do we?
No.
So now another about 42 seconds has passed. You're still in the apartment on phone with people?
I am. I could be walking back. I don't know the exact time frame I got back around there. I was calling multiple people.
You were trying to get help from the neighbors.
No, I didn't even know if Carlos was 100% gone.
But another 20 seconds, still not asking the neighbors for help, right? knocking on other people's doors to see if they can get through to 911? You didn't do that?
911 did give me a call back.
You said it took about 45 minutes for the response.
Estimating, yes, my sister beat the people.
Do you remember telling Carlos when he told you that he had been shot that you should probably go to the hospital?
I did.
Got another minute or so. I know it's 20 seconds. This is you coming back out at 5:18, is that right?
Yes,
So we're clear for the record, 5:18 is not 5:18 AM, but it's 5 minutes into this video. You've been making clear you're going in the 30-second increments or whatever it is, but we didn't go from 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. in the course of this video. We've gone a few minutes from, I don't know that the timestamp is correct because it says it would be 1:40 in the afternoon. But whatever time it is in the morning, you've been referring to consecutive seconds and minutes, not the time on the clock. Is that correct? Okay.
So that's what you were talking about when you said you checked on him?
he was talking to me. We had a conversation. I made it aware that I was putting the kids in the car. I'll be right back.
He was awake and conscious and breathing.
Definitely.
So what we're seeing here is you putting your children in the car, right?
Yes.
You would agree that you're kind of just strolling down the sidewalk at this point?
I was on the phone with my sister or his sister at that point.
No real sense of urgency though?
I'm in shock.
Who is that we're seeing?
Someone who stayed out there.
Is that the other person you said, 111?
Her, yes.
So at this point, you never go to your car and pull it around to where Jonathan is, right?
No,
You never tried to get Jonathan in the car and take him free.
I know not to move him. Bullets can travel.
So at no point during this video or ever did you try to help Jonathan.
I helped him. I talked to him. We did breathing. I just did not touch him.
You didn't try to help him stop the bleeding.
No, because the mother told me don't touch him.
So if you, a certified medical assistant, are listening to some unknown person that lives in the neighborhood that you don't even know who it is saying not to touch it, is that right?
When you're in shock, you go listen to whoever's right there. She was older. I listened to her. I'm not a RN.
anyone else in the apartment complex to come help them?
I wanted to stay right there. Him and my children were there.
But that is your car, that's an operational motor vehicle, right?
I am 120 pounds. I can't lift him up alone.
You agree with me that there's dozens of cars in this parking lot, right?
Okay.
And so should you have knocked on people's doors, it's very possible there were people home without you, right?
What is the question?
You would agree that there are people all in those buildings because of all those cars that are there that could have come out and helped you
If they wanted,
if you asked them.
she came out willingly. If anyone else wanted to help me, they would have came out. My goal was to get the ambulance there.
Now, I want to.
Which is it you want to have go away?
That, but I think I can't do it with its cost, so let me, so I want to just direct your attention to this right here. That is Jonathan's phone, right?
Yes.
If you had just handed him the phone, he was still breathing and talking. He could have called, right?
I did not see his phone. I was not looking for his phone.
And you said your firearm was 9mm,
Yes.
and then you usually kept it unloaded with the children.
Yes.
And how many bullets were in it the night this happened?
I have no idea. When I bought the gun, they loaded it for me.
It wouldn't surprise you that there were at least 6 9mm shell casings.
You asking?
Yes, would that surprise you?
I think Carlos had a 9 also.
I believe you testified about your sister being on the phone with her, is that right?
I called my sister. I called Jonathan's sister.
Was there any other adults with you at your apartment?
During the shooting?
At the time of the incident, yes.
No, me and my kids.
That's all I have this time, thank you.
All right, Ms. Willingham, do you have any redirect of Ms. Willis Riley?
No, yeah.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you have questions for Ms. Willis Riley, you can write them down on those note cards if you haven't been doing so. If you've already written some down, pass them to Deputy Gordon, please. Is that it? Thank you. Counsel? Press the little button, little black button, don't pull the blue thing.
Oh, God.
There you go. How many lawyers does it take? Ms. Willis Riley, I've got a question for you. Share with the jury what you recall the plan was or how it was planned for Mr. Stafford to end up following you back to your apartment.
He felt that I was out late because of his family with the kids and mine. And he just wanted to make sure we got there safely.
Did you and he discuss at all your concerns that Mr. Dill might be waiting for you at the apartment?
Me and my sister both said that he shouldn't come to the house
That
because
Mr. Stafford should not come to the house.
correct,
Okay, so you told him that.
correct.
Okay. All right. Do you have any follow-up based on that, Ms. Willingham?
Why did you tell him that?
All the calls, the previous incidents.
Ms. Feely, any follow-up? All right, Ms. Willis Riley, thank you for your testimony. You are free to go. When I say free to go, you remain under subpoena, so it's possible that the lawyers will reach out to you if they need you to come back to the stand, okay? Thank you. Next witness.
Maddox?
Decision, raise your right hand. You swear affirm that the testimony you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
State, state your name for the record.
Teresa Nicole Maddox, TERESA
Good afternoon. How are you doing?
I'm good, yourself?
Yeah. Where are you currently employed?
The City of Atlanta Crime Scene Unit.
And what's your role there?
I'm a crime scene technician.
How long have you been doing that?
Crime scene technician about 3 years now.
And when you say the city of Atlanta, is that through the police department or is that directly for the city?
The Atlanta Police Department.
And you said you've been in that role for how long?
About 3 years now.
Have you been with, how long have you been with APD overall?
About 11 years now.
Okay, and what were you doing before you came?
I worked in the property unit. I went around and collected evidence every day.
And so overall, then you've been a crime scene tech for 3 years.
Correct.
And what training, if any, did you go through to become a tech?
We have to go down the gypstick and get many different trainings as far as evidence, photos. It's a whole scenario that we do.
Okay, and have you worked with any other agencies other than APD?
I worked in conjunction with other agencies like Cobb County or GBI.
And are you post certified?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what post certified means?
Basically, I'm certified to be a crime scene technician. So I'm certified in photos, I'm certified in laying prints, I'm certified in collecting evidence. It's a wide range of things.
And what type of crimes do you normally respond to?
All different ones, homicides, burglaries, suicides, anything you can think of, I respond to.
And how many scenes do you think you've responded to over the course of your career?
Hundreds.
And do you recall responding to a crime scene on November 26, 2021?
Yes,
Did you respond to 3440 Boulder Park Drive, Southwest Atlanta, Georgia?
yes,
And is that in Fulton County?
yes.
Do you recall whether it was a house or an apartment?
It was an apartment.
Okay, and do you recall taking photos?
Yes,
Have you had a chance to review those photos?
yes.
I am handing you States Exhibits 27 through 107. Without saying what's on them generally, what did I hand you?
A stack of all the photos that I took of the crime scene that day.
And, well, you said you took those photos?
I did.
Okay, and have they been altered in any way?
No.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the scene you saw that day?
Yes.
They will move to admit States Exhibits 27 and 107.
Ms. Feely, any objection to the admission of states 27 through 107? They're admitted.
Okay, and we're going to start with States Exhibit 27. Why did you take that photo?
Just to give you a reference of what building it took place in.
Okay, so that was the building, that's outside the building you responded to?
Correct.
And we're gonna move to States Exhibits 33. So States Exhibit 33. And what is this a photo of?
There is a casing right here in this photo. It's an overall of the casing that's on the ground.
Okay, and why'd you take that?
To show you where the casing was in that parking lot.
And how close to that, where, in relation to some of the other evidence you found, where was that casing?
Still close to all the evidence. All the evidence was kind of like right in front of the building.
Can you circle the casing on the screen?
Yes.
It should be on the screen and tap the little thing. It looks like a pencil over in the corner, lower left-hand corner.
Gotcha.
Now you can draw.
All right. It's a casing right there.
Thank you.
Okay, and moving to States Exhibit 34.
Mm-hmm.
What are we looking at here?
This is going to be a mid-range.
There's a way to erase that.
It's the backwards, there's an arrow that goes in a circle. It's the undo. If you tap that, that should undo what you did.
There
Great.
you go.
Now you draw and erase.
This is going to be a mid-range photo of that same casing.
And is it typical for you to take different ranges?
Yes.
And why do you do that?
To show you where the evidence is, or to show you where the evidence is in reference to something else that's on the scene.
And let's take a look at States Exhibit 35. You talked about different ranges.
So this would be a close-up of that same casing.
Okay, and States Exhibit 36.
This is going to be an overall of the sidewalk that is still right there in front of that building.
So I'm sorry, you stated it was in front of the building, so,
It's still that building, correct?
okay, and 37.
37 is going to be a overall of the reddish stain on that sidewalk.
Okay, and where is that reddish stain in relation to some of the other evidence you located?
In reference to this picture, if you look going back, that first casing that you just saw is actually behind this reddish stain. And there's also evidence to the left of this reddish stain casings in the parking lot.
And 38.
38 is going to be a close-up of that reddish stain on the sidewalk.
And let's look at state exhibits 41, and we're gonna go through 53.
Okay.
Starting with 41, I see some numbers. Why are these here?
This is to mark the evidence that I saw on the scene.
And is that typically, because I noticed you took the photos first without them,
Correct.
and now we see some similar photos with them. Why do you do that?
You do both. Just when I first get to the scene, I want to identify all my evidence. So I go through, I take photos of everything, and then I want to mark all my evidence so we can specify what evidence go with what number.
42.
This is actually a mid-range of the casings. There was multiple casings on this scene.
Okay, so that marker on one is what?
A casing.
And that marker we see back there that says 2, you know what that is?
That's going to be a casing also.
Okay. And 43?
That's going to be a close-up of the that first casing that you seen.
44?
44 is a close-up of a casing.
And is that the same casing?
No, that's going to be the next casing.
Okay. 45?
So that's going to be that the casing you just seen is marker number 2, a close-up of that casing. It's just going to be overall of the parking lot still in front of that building.
Okay, and in this photo, it looks like there's something in that parking space. Do you know what that is?
There was multiple things in this parking space. Some of it was evidence. Some of it is just like random stuff like pencils or trash or whatever, leaves.
47?
47 is overall of casing, and casing is going to be right here.
And you mentioned that there are multiple things sometimes, or there were multiple things in this parking lot. Was that pencil something that was already there, or is that something you?
No, it was there when I showed up.
48?
48 is going to be a close-up of that casing, and it's right there.
49?
49 is a close-up of a casing.
Is that the same casing?
It is not.
50?
That might be out of order.
Now, what's this?
This is a close-up of this casing, but this picture was already, this is taken out of order. This is out of order.
Okay, so which casing was this?
This is going to be marker number. I haven't done that one yet. So that marker number is coming. So when I took these photos, like when I moved from one section, I took all of the photos of all the evidence that was in that casing. And so the marker numbers will come after that for that area.
Okay, and let's move to 51.
This is going to be a overall of a fragment, and the fragment is, let's get this up right here.
Okay. And let's look at 52.
That is going to be a mid-range photo of that fragment.
And then Scroll down to 53, it looks like that was up there a second ago.
Yes, 53 is gonna be a close-up of that fragment.
Okay, and let's skip over to State's Exhibit 59. What do we see here?
So this was a magazine that was located in that same area. You seen the vehicle that's located in that magazine was right next to that vehicle.
And let's look at State's Exhibit 60. Oh, I'm sorry, can you erase your circle?
There we go.
Okay, and earlier you talked about having multiple markers, and you said we get there.
Mhm.
So what are we seeing in this picture?
So that's exactly what you're seeing. That area where you're seeing the casing, the fragment, the magazine that didn't have any marker numbers. So now you're seeing exactly where they were in that area, even in reference to the car that was there.
And State's Exhibit 61.
So this is a mid-range photo of the casings, the fragment, and the magazine that was in that area. I don't have a 62.
I'm sorry, 64.
Okay. So 64 is going to be a close-up of that casing.
Okay, and let's go to State's Exhibit 65.
It's also going to be a close-up of the casing next to the pencil that you kept seeing. 66 is a close-up of that magazine that you saw earlier.
And let's take a look at State's Exhibit 7. What are we looking at here?
This is just a close-up of some reddish stains that were located near that vehicle.
I'm sorry, near the vehicle you just had the marker near?
Yes, near the magazine.
Okay. And why'd you take this?
Just to show that there was some other blood on the scene.
Okay. And let's look at State's Exhibit 78. What do we see in this photo?
This is a overall of, at the time, I believe it was the victim's clothing that was in that parking lot on the other side of that vehicle next to the magazine.
State's Exhibit 79.
It's going to be a mid-range photo of that clothing.
State's Exhibit 80.
It's going to be a close-up of that clothing.
And where in relation to that item did you see the reddish stain?
So the reddish stain is on the other side of that vehicle. So this evidence right here is on the passenger side rear tire. That evidence that you saw earlier with the magazine and the pencil and shell casings is on the driver's side of this vehicle.
And 81.
So that's going to be a overall of that evidence marked with marker number 9.
82.
It's going to be that mid-range photo.
Okay, and let's skip to State's Exhibit 84.
That's going to be an overall of that reddish stain that you seen on the sidewalk earlier.
And now let's take a look at State's Exhibit 87.
This is overall of that vehicle that all the evidence was around. This is now that vehicle.
And it looks like there's something blue in front of that car. Was that there already when you got here?
Yes, I believe from my understanding, someone was being worked on way before I got there, and that's their gloves.
Okay. And let's take a look at State's Exhibit 99.
This is an overall of the residents that I came to at that time.
And was there any particular reason you took a photo of this door?
Mainly there was a camera to show that there may be some camera footage of what happened here.
State's Exhibit 100.
It's going to be a close-up of that door so you know which unit that is, which is 512. That's going to be a overall of that surveillance camera.
Is that the same door you took a photo of earlier? This is just a closer range of it?
Correct.
And 102?
102 is just a medium range of that camera.
103?
It's going to be a close-up of that camera.
That's Exhibit 104?
Yeah, so this is an overall of that building just back out front. In reference to a camera we saw in a window.
That's Exhibit 105?
It's going to be a mid-range of that camera. We didn't necessarily have access at the time. That's why it was taken like that.
Can you show us where that camera you're referring to is?
Right here.
And besides taking photos, did you do anything else or collect any other evidence?
All the evidence that I marked, I collect. So the casings, the fragment, the clothing, I collected all that evidence.
Okay, and I'm sorry, and you just named everything. You said the casings, the clothing, the fragments. Did you collect that magazine cartridge?
Yes, I collected the magazine.
And in reference to, you had some markers next to those gray stains. Did you collect anything in reference to that?
No, I did not.
And once you collected those items, what did you do with them?
The shell casings, I brought them back to the office. They was processed and sent to our crime lab. The fragments, they were submitted just to the APD property unit. Also, the magazine was processed and sent to the crime lab also.
And is that normally what you do with the items you collect?
Yes.
I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 108. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell me what it is?
This is 6 9mm cartridge casings collected from the parking lot and the sidewalk.
And how do you recognize that?
It's what I wrote on the back, definitely.
And when did you first see it?
Meaning the date that I got there. This was on
Do you put that?
on November the 26th, 2021.
Okay. And does it appear to be in substantially the same condition as it was when you previously had it?
Yes. Yeah, this is how I submitted it.
All right.
It's been processed by the crime lab. I can tell that due to the barcodes. So they do this after I submit.
Your Honor, the state would move to tender states exhibit 108.
Any objection to states 108? Admitted.
Okay, and all right, I'm gonna hand you both states exhibits 109 and 110. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And starting with 109, what is that?
Says starting with which one? I'm sorry.
109.
109. This is going to be one fragment that was collected from the parking lot.
And what is 110?
This is going to be a magazine with 3 9mm cartridges.
Okay, and how do you recognize those?
It's what I wrote on the bag when I submitted it.
Okay, and do they appear to be in substantially the same condition now as when you previously collected them?
Yes.
They were moved to admit states exhibits 109 and 110.
Any objection?
No.
Both are in.
Nothing further.
Ms. Feely, do you have any questions for crime scene technician Maddox? We'll get those in. Are you going to use any of the photos or, okay, so you can get those in order later.
So your role was to respond to the crime scene and process the crime scenes, right?
Correct.
You didn't have any involvement in the initial response to the incident, right?
No.
You were called by the detective to come and collect evidence.
Yes.
And you mentioned the magazine, the cartridges, and the shell casings that you collected,
Correct.
and you sent those to the crime lab
Yes.
to be processed.
Yes.
What, they didn't test any of that evidence for fingerprints, to your knowledge, right?
I wouldn't know that. Right. Once I submitted it, my involvement ended.
And so you wouldn't know if ballistics was done.
I wouldn't know. That's usually why we submit it, but if it was done, how it was done, I wouldn't know.
And filters information that would show which firearm these cartridges and shell casings.
I do believe that's how it works.
And to your knowledge, that is wireless and all.
Yes.
Any redirect?
Nothing.
Any questions for the crime scene technician? Quiet group. Thank you. Council. I'll look too.
So, yes, it's on my list.
Do you happen to remember what marker number you gave the fragment? It's not a quiz. It's okay if you don't know.
It's gonna be marker number 5.
All right. So maybe exhibit 64 we could put up. That's a close-up of 5. While they're doing that, so here are the questions. Can you explain to the jury what you meant by a fragment? A fragment of what?
Okay, so when you fire a firearm, the bullet comes out. It comes apart, right? There's a small piece in there that's not gonna go into the victim, right? No matter what it hits, it's gonna drop, it's gonna fall off, and that's gonna be a fragment. Or the bullet could have hit something and split, and that's gonna be a fragment. It's really just a piece of the bullet in some way, shape, or form. Sometimes it's the whole part, sometimes it's in pieces.
It's distinct from the shell casing.
Right, a shell casing and a fragment is different. So your shell casing, when the firearm is fired, that casing discharge. That's gonna be your casing. It's gonna be, the fragment is gonna come from that bullet that's still going.
Bullet comes out the barrel of the gun. The shell casing ejects from the side of the gun.
Correct.
Okay, so what we see on the screen there now is a bullet fragment, is a piece of the projectile expelled from the barrel of the gun.
Correct.
Those other things we saw, the metal things, were the shell casings ejected to the side when a bullet is fired.
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Willingham, any follow-up to that?
Nothing wrong.
Ms. Feely?
No.
Okay, thank you for your time.
All
You're
right.
free to go.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our afternoon break. It's a little late, and I apologize for that, but you made it through these witnesses. And we'll try to get you back here a little after 4. If you're not done with your break, when I send Deputy Gordon in there, just tell him it's not time, and then your break will go longer. That just means we get less done today. And again, we're going to try to stop 5-ish. We'll see where we are with whatever witness is going as 5 o'clock approaches. Tomorrow, we don't start till 1 o'clock, so you can sleep in or do whatever you want in the morning. I won't tell anyone that you're not here in court, but I've got drug court, so we're going to get going at 1. And we'll talk about that more when we're done, because I don't want to eat up more of work time. So don't talk about the case while you're back there. Don't interact with anyone other than yourselves while you're back there. Feel free to use the hall as well.
Sure.
Ms. Willingham, anything we need to cover before we break?
Yes.
You all can be seated if you want. I'm going to stand because I've been sitting all day.
I think, Judge, this might be a good time. Ms. Lewis-Riley has already testified, and I know that the court said they would reconsider the state's notice to use Rosa James.
Okay, I will consider that over the break. Anything else?
No.
Okay, you have witnesses to fill out the rest of the day?
2.
Will that fill out the rest of the day?
You're the last 2, but I think.
Oh, I mean, if that's all you've got, I mean, you fill what you fill. Okay, so every witness you have remaining in the case is here, and we'll go until it's time to stop.
Thank you.
Or we use up the witnesses. Ms. Feely, anything before the break?
No.
All right, I'll be back out in 5-6 minutes. Thank you. Who besides, we're not on the record, so besides Detective Sendling?
Dr. Sullivan.
Oh, right, okay, the 2 pieces. Okay. Will you let the family know that's the next witness? Okay. Ish. Wait, do you go away or? Oh yeah, go use the restroom. You're good. Now that we know there are only 2 witnesses left, we're all good. Wouldn't she like we have 20 witnesses left?
Of course, you're welcome.
I know. Well, I have a little bag in the office. Like, this one, Peter, got you. I'll bring you some questions tomorrow. I need to just start like the finishing and like record. Your government's helping us think clearly. You can live in the leaves.
Yeah.
Frustration.
It's actually. That's it, down.
Yeah, I think that's great.
Sorry.
Any sense of where the prosecutors are? Ms. Willingham, you ready? Ms. Willingham,
Yes, Your Honor.
you ready?
Yes.
Ms. Feely, anything before we get to jurors? Okay, I'm going to maintain my ruling that Ms. James won't be testifying. I'm happy to revisit it again if anything more changes. Let's bring the jurors in, please.
Judge, I'm sorry. We have to one second.
Should we not get the jurors?
They can probably come in by the time it's like.
Okay, because they're coming. Yes, sir.
All right, the jurors. Jurors present.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. You all can be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't remember if I said this either, but the little Dorothy from Wizard of Oz basket with snacks in it, those snacks are for you. They're not just there to tempt you, so feel free to eat them. Feel free to stock them with cupcakes or barbecue if you want to bring something in for us when I take it back. And the water in the fridge is for you. And if any of it runs low, water, snacks, etc., let Deputy Gordon know and we will replenish that. You can bring the water out here. Don't bring coffee out here because if you spill it, it makes a big mess. But the water, you're welcome to bring out here. We are ready for the state's next witness. Dr. Sullivan.
We are renewing our commitment to associate medical care.
Okay, noted.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm that the testimony you will give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
I do.
Good Lord, you have a seat. State and spell your name for the record.
Dr. Karen Sullivan, Karen Sullivan.
And Dr. Sullivan, where do you work?
I'm the Chief Medical Examiner for the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office here in Atlanta.
Okay, and as the chief medical examiner, what's your role?
Well, all of the medical examiners determine cause and manner of death of people who die of sudden, unexpected, or unexplained causes, people who die as a result of trauma, either self-inflicted or inflicted by another person. As the chief medical examiner, I also have administrative duties in the office.
And how long have you been employed with the Fulton County Medical Examiner Office?
Since July of 2003 until 2007, I was there part-time, and then in October of 2007, I became on full-time.
And how long have you been a medical examiner?
Since that time.
And do your duties include examining deceased adults?
They do.
And were your duties the same on November 30th of 2021?
They were.
And what's your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree in zoology from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill and a master's degree in anatomy from the University of Georgia. And after getting my master's degree, I was a high school teacher here in Fulton County for about 5 years until I went to medical school at Morehouse School of Medicine here in Atlanta. And then I did my residency in anatomic and clinical pathology at Emory with an additional year of forensic pathology training at the Fulton County Medical Examiner's Office in conjunction with Emory.
So do you have a specialty?
Anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
And what is pathology?
Well, pathology is the study of disease and or trauma on a person's body.
Are you board certified?
I am.
What does it mean to be board certified?
It means you've completed a residency and or fellowship and then taken and passed a certifying exam.
And are you a member of any professional societies?
Yes. The National Association of Medical Examiners.
And have you ever testified in court before?
I have.
How many times?
Over 50.
How many autopsies have you done?
I've either performed myself or supervised pathology residents or fellows in our office approximately 3,000 autopsies.
Been qualified as an expert before?
I have.
Have you ever been denied an expert?
I have not.
An expert in forensic pathology?
Expert in forensic pathology, yes.
At this time, I would like to qualify Dr. Sullivan as an expert in forensic pathology.
Ms. Feely, do you want to examine the witness on this topic?
No objection to being qualified as an expert.
Okay, Dr. Sullivan, you are qualified for the purposes of this trial as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
What is an autopsy?
Well, an autopsy is both an external examination and an internal examination of a person's body, including their internal organs. The external examination is much like you would get when you go to the doctor yourself or you take your child to the pediatrician, looking at someone's height, weight, their body habitus, and for any external evidence of natural disease or injuries. And then the internal examination occurs by looking at the internal organs of the body for those same things again, natural disease processes and injuries.
And what is the purpose of performing that autopsy?
To determine cause and manner of death.
And on November 30th, 2021 at 9:30 a.m., did you perform an autopsy on an individual named Jonathan Stafford?
I did not.
Did someone in your office perform an autopsy?
Yes.
How many manners of death are there?
There are 5. They're natural, homicide, suicide, accident, or undetermined. An undetermined manner is used when a full autopsy and toxicology don't allow you to determine the manner or how someone died. For example, if someone is skeletonized, or if you're debating between 2 competing manners of death. For example, if someone is on a train track and gets hit by the train, if you're debating in after doing the exam and with information, did they put themselves intentionally on the train track to kill themselves, or did they fall down, break their leg and couldn't move? You're debating, is this an accident or a suicide? So that's what undetermined is used for.
And I'm sorry, going back to whether someone else in your office performed an autopsy on Mr. Stafford. I know your answer to that is yes. Can you tell me who did?
Dr. Michael Henniger.
And is he still with your office?
He is not. He retired in, I believe, January of this year.
And when someone retires, do you guys have a method for making sure that those autopsies have been reviewed or anything like that?
Well, in our office, any autopsy where the manner of death is going to be a homicide or is going to be undetermined gets peer reviewed before the autopsy report is finalized. And peer review means that another doctor on any particular day, the POD or physician on duty is responsible for taking a second look at the original pathologist's draft report and the pictures to make sure that they agree with what the pathologist has put down.
Say that's the policy of your office?
Yes, it is.
You know who completed the peer review of this autopsy?
I did.
And can you please tell the jury how the body was
Mr. Stafford's body was in a sealed, what we call disaster bag or body bag.
and what was the seal number?
If I could take a look at a copy of my report that I have here.
Would that refresh your recollection?
It would. The seal number was 2288630.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that seal number?
The seal prevents any material from entering or exiting the disaster bag.
Is that how the body got from, I'm sorry, did you document findings of the autopsy? or did Dr. Henry document findings of the autopsy?
He did.
Did you review those?
I did.
And how did he document those findings?
With a written report and directing photographs being taken during the course of the autopsy.
And was that, I'm sorry, you said with a written report and taking notes, was that dictated? Are there pictures as well? Does he check it with pictures as well?
Yes, he directs pictures to be taken during the course of the autopsy.
And at this time, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 18. Do you recognize it?
18 is already in evidence.
My apologies, 118.
Okay.
Yes, I do recognize it.
And how do you recognize it?
It's a copy of Mr. Stafford's autopsy report with my signature and Dr. Henniger's signature on the last page.
And is it a fair and accurate representation of the autopsy report you reviewed for the autopsy of Jonathan Stafford?
It is.
And at this time, Your Honor, the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 118 into evidence.
Any objection to states 118, Ms. Feely, beyond your continuing objection that we worked out in advance of the trial? Admitted.
We're going to publish State's Exhibit 118. And in looking at this, let's go through this report. What is the purpose of assigning a case number?
Well, each person whose death is reported to our office gets assigned a unique case number. In Mr. Stafford's case, his death was reported in year 2021. So that accounts for the first 4 digits of the case number. And then his death was number 2,792 that was reported in that year.
Looking down at the line where the medical examiner is listed, whose name is listed there?
Dr. Michael Henniger,
And why is his name listed?
because he performed the autopsy.
Do you all typically put the reviewer on the autopsy report on this front page?
No, on the first page, no.
And looking over at page 2, what was the reason you identified for performing the examination?
Dr. Henniger, his reason for performing in the examination was that this 24-year-old Black man was shot multiple times.
Is this a common reason you would perform an autopsy?
Yes.
Why?
Well, in all cases of homicide in Fulton County, we perform autopsies so that you determine definitely the cause of death and document the injuries that occurred.
Now, let's walk through your summary of findings. Are they listed in, or Dr. Henniger's summary of findings? Are they listed in any particular order?
I think he starts with the front of the torso, goes to the back of the torso, the right arm, the left arm, the right buttock, and then the left foot, I believe is the last one.
Okay, so starting with that first one, superficial. Okay. What are the summary of the findings?
Well, Dr. Henniger documented 6 gunshot wounds. One was a superficial perforating gunshot wound of the torso. Superficial, he states because the bullet only injured the skin and the adipose tissue or soft tissue underneath the skin without entering the body cavity. And so that gunshot wound went in the right upper quadrant of the abdomen. If you think about where your belly button is, the right upper quadrant is the right side of your abdomen towards your right hand. And then it went through the soft tissue and came out the right lateral surface of the torso or the right flank. Then the second gunshot wound went in the midline of Mr. Stafford's back through his right lung and then exited in his right axilla, which is the armpit. That caused injuries of that right lung and blood loss into the right side of his chest cavity.
Okay, and looking at, the first one you mentioned, did that gunshot wound contribute to his death?
Well, Dr. Henniger has grouped gunshot wounds, plural, of the torso. So even though it was not a fatal injury, he listed as one of the causes of death.
Okay, and as to the second one you just described, the second gunshot wound you discussed, did that contribute to his cause of death?
It did.
And how did it contribute to it?
Well, because the right lung was damaged, the lung is a very vascular organ. There are lots of blood vessels that go through it. So that damage caused blood to accumulate around the lung in the right side of the chest. So that blood's not available to circulate throughout the body and take oxygen to the tissues and take carbon dioxide away from those tissues. So there's not enough blood circulating in the body. And also the accumulation of that blood doesn't allow that right lung to expand so that Mr. Stafford can take in oxygen and expel carbon dioxide effectively.
Okay, and so you covered Roman numeral number 1 and 2. Let's move on to number 3.
So Roman numeral 3 was a gunshot wound that entered the medial or the inside of Mr. Stafford's right arm and then came out the lateral or outside of the right arm. That could be, Dr. Henniger has in the autopsy report a comment that could represent a continuation of the bullet coming out of the armpit and then going right back in the arm and through the arm.
And the next one, these 3 findings all talk about gunshot wounds of non-specific range and fire. Why is it not immediately listed, these Roman numerals, where those gunshot wounds are?
I'm sorry, Roman numerals 1, 2, and 3, or 4, 5, and 6?
4, 5, and 6.
I think that's just the way that Dr. Henniger wrote the report. But he lists where the entrance wounds are for each of them in letter A of each Roman numeral.
And I think you might have mentioned those already, but just one more time, can you go through in those Roman numerals where those entry wounds are?
Well, for Roman numeral 4, that was a penetrating gunshot wound of the left forearm, meaning the bullet enters the body and then stays. It does not make an exit. That bullet fractured the radius and ulna, which are the 2 bones in the forearm, and then lodged in the elbow where it was recovered.
Moving on to the lateral forearm,
the Roman numeral 4.
In the report, it references that there is also a gunshot wound to the right buttock.
Yes.
Can you tell me the path of this bullet?
That bullet went through the skin and skeletal muscles of the buttock and then came out the front or anterior surface of the right thigh. And in its passage, even though it made an exit, since it went through the femur, which is the thigh bone, some small pieces of the projectile stayed in the body.
And where's the right interior thigh?
That's the front of the thigh.
And how would this have impacted his ability to use his leg?
Well, it can, because the femur is fractured, it may have prevented him from being able to voluntarily run or walk in any particular distance.
And did any of those gunshots that we just discussed contribute to his death?
Well, number 5 could have, as the buttocks and the thigh have large blood vessels that pass through them.
And moving on to Roman numeral 6, the Let's discuss that.
So that gunshot wound entered the medial or inside of the left foot and went through some of the ankle bones in the top of the foot and came out the lateral surface of the left foot or the outside of the left foot.
So it entered in one part and then came out on, and I'm sorry, did you say that was all on his foot? It entered on his foot and it kind of came out the other side of his foot?
Correct, his left foot.
And your report repeatedly, or Dr. Henniger's report repeatedly states non-specific range. Are there times when you would be able to determine a range?
Yes, if there are gunpowder particles that are on the skin.
But in this particular case, it's noted that way because you weren't able to determine it.
Correct.
And what would have been on his skin to show you to allow you to determine it?
Well, when a gun is fired and the gunpowder burns, the burning and unburnt gunpowder also comes out the muzzle of the gun in addition to the bullet. So between a few inches and about 12 inches distance of the person that's being shot from the muzzle of the gun, you can see soot deposited on the skin. And soot's just the gaseous material from the burned gunpowder. Also exiting the bullet, with the bullet are burning and unburnt gunpowder particles. And those particles can strike the skin and make small scrapes of the skin. Those scrapes that you can see in the skin are stippling. After a distance of about 3 feet, those gunpowder particles don't have enough energy to reach a person's body and they fall away. So what you're left with is an entrance wound with neither soot nor stippling on the skin. And so that can be described as an indeterminate range of fire or a distant range of fire or non-specific range of fire.
And in this case, how many gunshot wounds in total did Dr. Henniger observe during the autopsy?
6.
Was he able to determine during the autopsy the bullet pathway for each bullet?
Yes.
Moving on to page 4 of the report, looking at the section labeled evidence of injury. And I guess that addresses what you just discussed in regards to the soot and stippling.
Yes, the last sentence in that first paragraph under gunshot wound number 1 says no soot or stippling is present.
And in doing your autopsy, were there x-rays performed?
X-rays were performed, yes.
And why did you perform x-rays?
Well, x-rays are performed in our office on people who are shot or stabbed because we want to get an idea of any retained projectiles or portions of a knife that might be in someone. So you're trying to make sure that you're collecting this evidence, the bullet and or bullet fragments. And you want to make sure that your entrance and exit wounds and the number of bullets inside the body makes sense.
And is it normal procedure for you all to do x-rays when you do an autopsy?
Yes, all homicide cases get x-rays.
And did the x-rays reveal anything?
They did.
What did they reveal?
It was projectile fragments in the right thigh and a projectile in the region of the left elbow.
And were those recovered from your body?
Yes.
So, and if I counted correctly, did you say there were 2 projectiles in total recovered from your body?
Well, there was one near complete projectile from the left elbow, and then there were fragments from the wound track from the right buttock to the right thigh, because the majority of that bullet exited the body through the thigh, but because the projectile went through the bone, the bullet was broken up. So some pieces of it were retained.
Okay. Were there photos taken during the autopsy?
Yes. By the photographer, either the medical legal photographer in our office or one of the forensic technicians,
And when were they taken?
the day of the autopsy.
Okay, so was that November 30th, 2021?
Yes.
And were you present during that?
No.
Would Dr. Henninger have been present during that?
Yes.
And what's the purpose of taking photos?
To document the findings that are seen during the course of the autopsy.
And I am showing you states exhibits 119, 121, 123, 125, 127, 129, 130, 131, 135, 136, 148, 153, and 155. Are these photos, have you had an opportunity to review these?
Yes.
Are these photos a fair and accurate representation of how the body looks when the autopsy is performed?
Yes.
And I know that the number I just said them in is not necessarily the number you have in order. So I want you to tell me the number as we go.
So you need to admit them before.
Okay. Your next step. The state would move to admit States Exhibit 119, 121, 123, 125, 127, 129, 130, 131, 135, 136, 148, 153, 155.
Any objection to those coming in, Ms. Feely? They're admitted. You may publish as you see fit.
Looking at
119.
okay, looking at States Exhibit 119. What is it?
This is a photograph of the medical examiner center identification tag and the seal associated with Mr. Stafford's disaster bag.
Okay, and why would that photo be taken?
To document that subsequent photos belong to this particular case.
And I'll let you walk.
I'm sorry. 130. This is an overall photograph of Mr. Stafford taken from his right-hand side as he was received in our office. His hands were bagged by Grady Hospital. We asked them to bag the person's hands on homicide cases in case the police want to get gunshot residue. Then 136. Perhaps if we rotate it. So here, Mr. Stafford's body has been undressed, and this is showing a gunshot wound on his back, and above it is a small adhesive ruler that has his case number. So his head is towards y'all in the jury box, and his legs would be toward me. Then 155.
And the tags that we see throughout the photos that you're showing us, why are those there?
It's a ruler, part of it in the gray is a ruler, and attached to it is the person's case number. But this is a picture of Mr. Stafford's right lung. The gunshot wound that entered his back went through his right lung, and this green probe has been placed through the defects that were caused by the bullet. Dr. Henniger is trying to document that the projectile passed through both the upper and lower lobes of the right lung. The 131. So here, this is a picture of Mr. Stafford's right-hand side with his right arm pulled back. And there is a exit wound in the armpit. Let's see, can I
You
write on?
can, if you tap the screen.
Okay.
And then that little circle in the left-hand corner with a pencil, tap that, and now you have writing power.
Thank you.
Sure.
So within the hair of Mr. Stafford's armpit is an exit wound representing where the bullet came out of his torso after going through his right lung. And then there's also an entrance wound on the medial surface of the right arm. And so you can see that if the right arm is in the right position, the bullet coming out of his torso can go right into the right arm. The next is 135. And so this is a close-up of the exit wound in the right armpit. And 129. So here, Mr. Stafford is laying face up on the table. You're looking at his right arm and the right side of his torso. Here on his right arm is the exit wound that corresponds to the entrance wound that was on the inside of the right arm. And then further on his torso, talked about an entrance wound in the right upper quadrant of the abdomen. That's represented here. And I call it ENT for entrance. And then here on the side in blue, this is the exit. So this gunshot wound pathway just goes through the soft tissues of the right side of the torso before exiting the body. Then 123. So this is a photograph of Mr. Stafford's right thigh. And here is the exit wound that corresponds to the entrance wound on the right buttock. 121. Maybe if you rotate it once more. Okay, so now here, Mr. Stafford is laying face up and someone is holding the left hand so that his arm is up in the air. This is an entrance wound on the left forearm, and then the bullet ends up here in the elbow, excuse me, in the elbow. 125. So this is Mr. Stafford's left foot. And here is the entrance on the medial or inside of the left foot. And then 127. This is the corresponding exit wound on the outside of the foot. 153. So here on the left side of the photograph, these are the fragments that were recovered from Mr. Stafford's right thigh, because since that bullet went through the femur or the thigh bone, then it fragmented. Most of it came out, but there were some small fragments that were left inside. Then on the right side of the photo, labeled by Dr. Henniger as left arm, this is the projectile, the core, the inside, and the jacket are separated, but that was recovered from the left elbow. 148. So Dr. Henniger also noted some abrasions here on the right side of Mr. Stafford's forehead. They could be from after being shot and collapsing, him hitting his head on the pavement or floor or some other object.
And what is cause of death?
Cause of death means what happened to the person that caused them to die.
What is manner of death?
Manner of death means how did the cause of death come about?
And what's the difference between
The cause of death is specifically tells you what happened to the person. The manner of death tells you how that particular injury or natural disease caused the person's death.
and what was the cause of death in this case?
Gunshot wounds of the torso,
And what was the manner of death?
homicide,
And why did Dr. Henry rule this homicide?
because Mr. Stafford was shot by some other person.
Ms. Feely, do you have questions for Dr. Sullivan? Before you start, no time pressure. It's a little before 5. Do you envision a lengthy examination, or if we go 10, 15 minutes, that'll give you time to cover what you want to cover? Okay, we good going a little bit past 5 and letting Dr. Sullivan get out of here when you do? I see only happy faces in the jury box, so let's keep going.
Dr. Sullivan, you mentioned the bag hands, and that's in case you need to test for gunshot residue.
Or in case the police want to collect gunshot residue.
Would your office asked to do that in this case?
I do not know if the police came to do it, but the police actually come and perform the gunshot residue collection kit. We do not.
Would that be noted in the autopsy?
Sometimes it is, sometimes it is not. And I'll just take a look at the report. I don't see that it's noted here.
There was a gunshot wound number 2. I think you already testified contributed to death.
Yes.
And I already said it was not a fatal injury. This wouldn't have caused his death immediately.
I'm sorry, repeat that.
You testified on direct that this was not a fatal injury in and of itself, right?
I'm sorry, Roman numeral 2?
Yes.
No, Roman numeral 2 was the most fatal.
And that wouldn't have killed him immediately, right?
Not immediately, no.
Before autopsies where there have been medical interventions before they get to you, right?
Correct.
And gunshot wounds number 2, numeral 2, there are medical interventions that could have been tried on that particular type of injury.
I would hesitate to comment on clinical intervention because that's not what I do. I have seen people who've been shot in the chest with additional intervention, incisions or chest tubes.
Like to stop the internal bleeding, for instance.
Or to drain the blood, or surgery to go in and try to stop the bleeding.
But when you say you've seen them, that would suggest to me it didn't work out because they ended up in your office.
That is correct.
Okay.
That's all I have.
All right, Ms. Willingham, any follow-up? Jurors, any questions for Dr. Sullivan? Several. From one doctor to another. Thank you. Okay, counsel. Push. There you go. Daily workout. Dr. Sullivan, were you or was Dr. Henninger able to determine the order in which or the sequence in which those gunshot wounds occurred? Which came first, which came second?
No.
Was anyone able to determine the time of death?
Well, Mr. Stafford was pronounced dead in the hospital, so there is a time of death in those records. I don't know what that is.
That's not it. That's not something that carried over to the medical examiner's report.
Not in the report, no.
Okay. Was there any evidence of medical intervention when the body was examined at your office?
Yes.
And what was that?
There was a intraosseous catheter in the left leg in order to give fluids. There were identification tags around the wrist, but the medical intervention itself was the catheter in the leg.
Ms. Willingham, anything else? No. Ms. Feely? No. All right, Dr. Sullivan, thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to end for the day. There is about a minute fast, so we have about a minute. But what Ms. Willingham has relayed to me is that she thinks there's only one more witness for the state, but that witness will be on the stand for a while. So rather than have him come in, give us his name, and then send him home for the day, we'll stop now. I would like you all to be here as close to 1 as you can. I don't know that the shuttle runs as frequently in the middle of the day as it does in the morning. So is it every 15 minutes in the morning? In the morning, but it's a half hour or hour? 20, 30 minutes in around the time you'll be showing up. So if you were thinking, hey, I'll get here at 12:45 and grab that shuttle, it'll be more like 1 and then you'll be late. So if you want to get here a little early, bring your lunch, enjoy the snacks, feel free to do that. But it would be great if we could start as close to 1 as possible. We need all of you here. So 13 of you isn't quite enough. And I promise you, number 14, everyone will look at you when you walk in at 1:25, like, hey, we've been here for an hour. So do your best. Call if you're stuck somewhere. So either we can extract you or we'll know you're doing your best to get here, but I-20 is blocked or whatever is going on. It's important that tonight you don't conduct any outside research. Don't look anything up. This is the way you answer your questions, or at least I ask them and the witnesses say what they say. And again, be discreet with the folks with whom you interact tonight, whether it's online or in person. You really can't talk about what's going on, not so much because you sharing something here is a problem. It would be what gets shared in return. And it's just hard for people to resist, say, oh my gosh, well, what about this? Oh, I didn't think about that. Well, you shouldn't think about what someone else brings up. You should think about what you come up with collectively and what these lawyers come up with for you. The state will rest tomorrow. We'll see whether Mr. Dill and his team want to put up any evidence. I don't know that we'll get through closing arguments tomorrow, but we're very much on track to have the case delivered to you tomorrow or very early after we start on Thursday. So I suspect you'll be done with your service at some time on Thursday. I know we had checked you out for the whole week, but we are certainly on track for you all to be done on Thursday, assuming that's enough time for you to deliberate. There's no clock running once you start your deliberations. I think that's it procedurally. Any logistical questions from any of you? You know how to get here, come on in, go into the back, and we ought to be ready to go around 1 o'clock. Thank you for your time today, and I'll see everyone tomorrow afternoon. Please have already eaten lunch. There'll be a break tomorrow afternoon, but it won't be a lunch break. It'll be, hey, it's mid-afternoon, have more snacks, enjoy the hallway. Okay, thanks.
All right, Judge. Yes, leave the past. Yes.
All right, you all can be seated. So we've covered a lot of ground today. Thank you, Ms. Willingham, for having everyone ready. I thought tonight all I need to do is my drug court files, but I need to come up with a draft charge as well. So it'll be a long night. I will try to get to you all that draft charge this evening because it sounds like we'll be having a charge conference tomorrow at some point. How long do you envision Detective Sendling's testimony to go? No, falsely.
Probably an hour.
Okay.
Yeah, we got through most of the video today. That's what was running, so I don't anticipate.
Okay. We have the wild card of the body cam and through whom that might come in. I'm not going to require the defense to lay any foundation for it. But if for some reason you want to get some in, I guess in theory it could come in through Sendling. It's sounding like it's not something you're going to explore. Ms. Feely, do you envision putting up any evidence, non-committal, semi-committal answer right now? Okay, a witness who is on the witness. Oh, you mentioned Mr. Dill's mother. Okay, all right. Mr. Dill, I need to have a quick conversation with you. Now is not the official one, but I need you to be thinking about whether you're going to testify or not. It's a decision you have to make in the end. You can certainly consult with Ms. Wood and Ms. Feely and anyone else you're able to consult with between now and probably tomorrow afternoon. But there'll come a time when the jurors are out of the courtroom where I'll need you to tell me on the record what it is you want to do. And I'll cover your rights and the consequences of choosing to testify and the consequences of choosing not to testify. You have an absolute right to go in either direction. But it's ultimately your decision. I won't be asking Ms. Feely what she thinks you should do or what you want to do. You and I will have that exchange on the record. So I'm sure you've been thinking about it, but what won't be the right answer tomorrow when I ask you is, I don't know, I need more time to think about it. So be processing that, and tomorrow we'll work through that. It'll be after the state rests, but it would be before Ms. Feely starts any presentation she's going to make on your behalf. Okay. Any questions about that? Okay. Ms. Willingham, anything else right now? Apparently, yes. Okay. Ms. Beza.
Just really quickly, Your Honor, tonight I'm going to be drafting a stipulation and I'll send it to the defense regarding the 2 convictions. The stipulation to read to the jury. So we'll put in the certifieds just for the record and then read the stipulation to the jury.
Okay.
I've done that tonight. That's the other thing that I do tomorrow.
We do. That will be shorter than the detective. So you'll admit the 2 convictions because we need them for the record. They may not go out with the jury. In fact, they wouldn't, because that would show what the convictions were for. And then you'll run the language by Ms. Feely, and then that would be the evidence. Okay. Ms. Feely, any issue with that? You'll need to see the stipulation, but it doesn't sound like that's going to be a big problem. Okay. Anything else from the defense? Okay. All right. Well, thank you, everyone. It has been a jury with very few questions, at least ones that they're willing to write down. I will see you all. My email may ask you all to get here at 12:30 so we can maybe do some of the charge conference before 1. I don't know when I'll finish drug court, but I usually finish around noon. And so if we could do it, it doesn't look like a complicated charge. I think the biggest discussion will be, is there justification and self-defense in there? Otherwise, it's largely pattern. So I'll put in the email if I'd like you to be here at 12:30, but build that in, that extra half hour where you won't be working on your closing, but we'll be talking about the jury charge. Okay. Thanks, everyone.